Chapter 587. Fan Ping and Jiang Hao quickly left the valley where Jiang Chao was hiding. At this time, it was best for Jiang Chao and the others not to move or go out. It was more dangerous for them to wander around in the King battleground. As soon as the two of them left the valley, Fan Ping glanced at Jiang Hao and said suddenly, "Brother Jiang, I'll tell them my real identity this time." Jiang Hao's eyebrows twitched slightly, glancing at him. Fan Ping said with a smile, "Now that things have come to this, Jiang Chao is no longer being hunted down because he's Warlord's descendant, Jiang Hao's younger brother. It's mainly because I killed too many people in the later stages. Now they're only after me, not the real Jiang Chao. Of course, I'll take responsibility for the trouble I caused. If I use Jiang Chao's name again, there will be trouble. Some people don't recognize faces, only identities. If Jiang Chao comes here again next time, it'll be dangerous. This place is actually more fair. The Outland won't give you the chance to fight at the same rank. Rank 9 will also kill you if you meet them. Jiang Chao has to come here to improve his strength in the future. It's too dangerous to go to the Outland. If that's the case, then I can't leave Jiang Chao with trouble." Jiang Hao looked at him for a long time. Actually, before this, he was still a little unhappy and a little uncomfortable. Fatty had said that Fan Ping had shielded him from trouble, but now Fan Ping was using Fatty's name to go around killing people, going on a killing spree. Fatty had taken all the blame. Even if he was fine this time, what about next time? Would the Warlord's descendant have to hide his identity for the rest of his life, not even daring to admit his identity? Of course, he did not say it out loud. Some things were not easy to say. At least, he did not have any evidence to prove that Fan Ping was deliberately using Fatty as a scapegoat. But now, Fan Ping himself said that he wanted to reveal his identity. This was a little unexpected. Jiang Hao smiled faintly. "Aren't you afraid, if my elder ancestor comes and finds out that it's not Fatty's fault, he'll choose to stand by and watch?" Fan Ping smiled too. "Of course, I'll take responsibility for the trouble I caused. Minister Zhang will probably come. If he can't protect me, on account of my contributions, do you think he'll agree if I ask him to banish me to the restricted area?" Fan Ping paused for a moment before continuing. "Or perhaps, will the Catacombs Desperado agree to it? I think they will. Banishing a rank 6 martial artist like me to their base camp, even if they don't kill me on the spot, there will be too many opportunities to kill me. I can't return to Mount Imperial Sea or Earth, and they can avoid starting a war with the pinnacle of humanity. When that time comes, I think this small request is not a problem, right?" Jiang Hao's pupils constricted, and he said softly, "You're very confident." Fan Ping was confident that he could survive in the restricted zone. A rank 6 human martial artist was confident that he could survive in the depths of the catacombs. How confident, how arrogant! Fan Ping chuckled. "It's not that I'm confident. It's just that when it really comes to that, I don't want humanity's paragon to fall out with the other party. After all, this concerns the overall situation. At that time, sacrificing myself is better than causing a disaster. Of course, if the catacombs were determined to start a war, then it would be useless. If they took the opportunity to shed all pretense of cordiality, then it would not be his responsibility. When they have the determination and the decision, then they will really shed all pretense of cordiality. I don't think these Paragon will make such a decision just because of the death of some rank 6 and 7 martial artists, right?" "That's right." Fan Ping chuckled again. "Although I'm not considered a good person, I'm not a bad person either. Brother Jiang, you don't have to worry too much. I don't mean to plot against anyone. I can only say that everything is a coincidence." Having said that, Fan Ping chuckled. "If they really leave me in the restricted zone, if I don't die, the restricted zone will regret it for the rest of its life." It was not just the restricted zone. This time, if they really left him here, even if Fan Ping would not take revenge on humanity, but in the future, it would be wishful thinking to ask him to protect anyone. Although the current him could not be said to be selfless, he really liked the current martial arts world and the current martial arts atmosphere. He was also willing to contribute to the survival of humanity. This was probably also the reason why countless martial artists were willing to fight in the front line. The strong would not bully the weak. If something happened, the strong would shoulder it. If they could not bear it anymore, then the weak would contribute. This kind of martial arts world, this kind of environment, was worthy of everyone's sacrifice and protection. However, if it was really because of some pressure, Jiang Tao and the others abandoned him, then everyone would go their separate ways in the future. He was killing people in the battleground, not killing for no reason. It was an agreement set by Absolute Summit himself. He did not say that he could not kill. Absolute Summit casually overturned his own agreement. In the end, he killed more people. Only those with status could survive. Those without status had to die. Fan Ping felt that it was unreasonable. He had to pay for killing the enemy with his life? Then what was the point of fighting in the catacombs? He might as well just surrender. As for borrowing Jiang Chao's identity, to put it bluntly, Fan Ping did not have any intention of doing so. It was really just a coincidence. When Feng Meisheng asked him that day, he was just teasing him. Who knew that the fellow would really take it seriously? As for what happened later, 30% of it was to borrow War King's power. The remaining 70% was just to tease Fatty. That fellow's earnest expression of gratitude was very interesting. As Fan Ping spoke, Jiang Hao stopped in his tracks. He gave him a deep look. After a while he said, "Interesting. I've seen many madmen, but they usually don't live long. Of course, I, Jiang Hao, am different. If you only dare to borrow Fatty's name to do things, then I'll look down on you. I might even think that you're purposely currying favor with my Jiang family, or even purposely tricking my family. However, if you dare to talk about banishing yourself to the Forbidden Zone, then I, Jiang Hao, will look up to you." As Jiang Hao said that, he suddenly smiled gently. "It's fine. It's just killing a few people. Will it really cause a big problem? If we can't even kill people of the same rank, then what's the point of having the Absolute Summit agreement? Those Absolute Summit people would have wasted their lives. The catacombs are shameless, but the human Absolute Summit people are shameless? Other than Ji Yao, there's no one in this battleground that can't be killed. I didn't kill Ji Yao because I don't want to offend the Monster Life Royal Court too much and bring disaster to the human race. As for the others, especially those from the Monster Plants Royal Court, so what if I kill them? Even if I really kill their Royal Court master, so what?" At this moment, Jiang Hao also lost his previous disguise. He laughed wildly. "Don't worry, some things are nothing. Back then, the Netherworld King almost killed the Monster Plants Royal Court's Royal Court master with one blow, directly destroying his origin. What can the Monster Plants Royal Court do? In the end, I'm still worried that there will be trouble when I enter the battleground in the future, being hunted down. In reality, it's nothing." Fan Ping glanced at him and also laughed loudly. "You're more interesting than others. You don't have to be overcautious. War is war. Nobodies should do nobodies things. You worry about the big picture for everything. You think that nobodies can change the human's big picture and change the will of the Absolute Summit people. Actually, in my opinion, it's all nonsense. If they want to start a war, even if they don't kill people, they will still start a war. If they don't want to start a war, even if they kill a few Absolute Summit people, they won't start a war. Before this, everyone kept advising me not to kill those Absolute Summit descendants. If they kill them, so be it. However, you saying not to kill Ji Yao makes some sense. After all, she's not a member of the Monster Plants Royal Court, and her identity is important. As for the others, if they kill them, so be it. The Monster Life Royal Court is also not a good thing. During the Tianan Catacombs battle previously, without the Monster Life Royal Court's tacit consent, I don't believe that the Monster Life Clan's city master would make a move. If that's the case, what's the big deal about killing a few unimportant nobodies? Ha ha ha, well said. At this moment, Jiang Hao felt that Fan Ping was indeed to his liking. He laughed loudly. Previously at the passageway entrance, I killed the Absolute Summit descendant. Some people are gossiping and spouting nonsense. It's all nonsense. Can't the enemy be killed? Why do you care how I kill her? If I want to, I can strip her naked and cut her into pieces. That's my business too. If you're so capable, you can cut me into pieces within the rules. I won't even frown. Fan Ping also revealed a smile on his face. He said with some anticipation, Brother Jiang, can you really kill an upper stage rank 7? I can't. Seeing that Fan Ping seemed to be looking down on him, Jiang Hao was a little angry. He said immediately, although I can't kill her, but that's not for sure. I heard that you can self-detonate mentality, is that right? Yes. Can you make an upper stage rank 7 dizzy for a moment? The time is very short. The time is short. Jiang Hao frowned slightly. He said, that's a little difficult. Once I unleash my ultimate technique, the commotion will be too big. Fan Ping's eyes lit up. He said, if you prepare your ultimate technique in advance, can you kill an upper stage rank 7 in one hit? Jiang Hao laughed. Of course, that's not a problem. An upper stage rank 7 without honing the skull. Of course, martial artists at this stage have extremely strong physiques. Under normal circumstances, it's also very difficult to kill them in one hit. However, I've prepared my ultimate technique, and the other party is dizzy for a moment. If I still can't kill the other party, then I, Jiang Hao, have lived in vain. However, you also know that when martial artists fight, the stronger the move, the bigger the commotion, and the soaring vitality. Fan Ping was just about to say that he would help him conceal his aura. Very soon, Fan Ping suddenly shook his head. I almost forgot that I'm not a middle stage rank 7 yet. Sigh, why do I feel like I'm at the same rank as Jiang Hao? Fan Ping was a little sad. Am I getting too full of myself? After killing a rank 7, I feel that a rank 7 is nothing. In the past, when he saw a middle stage rank 7 martial artist like Jiang Hao, he would at least call him Grandmaster. Now, he had no such thoughts at all. Because I've also killed a rank 7 before. When Jiang Hao said those things earlier, he subconsciously felt that he could help conceal his aura. He almost did not consider that he was also an upper stage rank 6 martial artist. I'm getting too full of myself. Fan Ping sighed in his heart. I can't get too full of myself. I'm not a grandmaster, I'm only a rank 6. However, it was not a big deal. Fan Ping said quickly. Then Brother Jiang can prepare in advance and find a place to hide. I'll lure an upper stage rank 7 martial artist to chase after me. In a situation where my speed is extremely fast, when I reach the place, I'll self-detonate my mentality and distract him for a moment. At this time, he won't be in the mood to explore the surroundings. He might not notice you. When the time comes, kill the other party directly. Can you do it? Fan Ping chuckled. Men shouldn't ask if they can do it or not. Before Brother Jiang came, these guys were still being played around by me. Only an upper stage rank 7 can catch up to me. The others are a step slower. When the time comes, the other party will be alone. It won't be difficult to kill him. Of course, I'm talking about the Monster Life King Court. There's only one over there. As for the Monster Plants King Court, we'll see later. If not, we'll each take one. Jiang Hao gave him a surprised look. One each? You're really confident. No, arrogant. Then it's settled. There's one more thing. The distribution of the spoils. Jiang Hao waved his hand and said nonchalantly. It's all yours. I only want to kill people. The rest doesn't matter. He didn't care about spoils of war. He didn't care about ordinary things. Good stuff. Rank 7 martial artists did not have any good stuff either. Divine weapons usually either self-detonated or disappeared in the Sanjiao Gate with death. There were very few that could really be left behind. Since that was the case, he, a dignified descendant of a paragon, a rank 7 powerhouse, still had to share the spoils of war with others. How shameful would that be? Fan Ping gave him a surprised look. Did his family have so many divine weapons that they could not finish using them? That might not be true. Could it be that this guy did not know that most of the people who entered this time were wearing divine weapons? It was hard to say. Divine weapons had actually only risen in the restricted areas. Those who entered in the past almost did not wear them. This time, when Jiang Hao came in, most of them were plundered by Fang Ping. The remaining part was only owned by the people from the Monster Life Royal Court. Jiang Hao had been fighting with those rank 7 martial artists. He might not really care about these people. Even if he did care, he might not take it seriously. He did not want 1 or 2 early-stage rank 7 divine weapons. However, if this guy knew that he had plundered so much, would he still be as calm as he was now? Fang Ping did not say much. You were the one who said you did not want it. I said to distribute it. Monster Life Royal Court Camp. Yi Bidwa glanced at Ji Yao. After a while he said, Your Highness, you and the others should leave the king's battleground first. Nowadays, the king's battleground was getting more and more dangerous. It was so dangerous that the rank 7 area was not as dangerous as this place. In the rank 7 area, there were hundreds of rank 7 martial artists. However, in the rank 7 area, there were only about 10 rank 7s who had fallen in a year. Rank 7s were no longer cabbages. If too many died, no one could afford it. For a force like Startown, if a rank 7 died in a year, it would collapse in a few decades. Startown's rank 7 martial artists would die in the rank 7 region, but not too many. It was acceptable for one to die every 3 to 5 years. The other parties were almost the same. However, this time, how many rank 7s had died in the rank 6 region? Monster Plant's Royal Court, 3 people had broken through previously. Later, 12 people came, a total of 15 rank 7s. However, the previous 3 people were all dead. Of the 12 people who came later, Fang Ping killed 1, and Jiang Hao also killed 1. Now there were only 10 people left, and 5 had died. Their side was also quite unlucky. Fang Ping had killed 2 before. Later, he had ambushed and killed an early-stage rank 7, and 3 people had died. This time, 6 people from the rank 7 region came, and now there were only 5 people left. 8 people had died. In just a few days, a rank 7 died almost every day. At this rate of death, no one could afford to waste time. This time, the rank 6 region was really extraordinarily chaotic. So many rank 7s had died, needless to say the rank SIXS. Monster Plant's Royal Court only had Feng Yexing left. On their side, there were almost 150 rank 6 newbies and old people, and now there were only 100 people left. Ji Yao was silent for a moment, then said, Everyone below the commander level, leave the place of battle. At this time, Ji Yao also knew that it was dangerous for these people to stay here. Previously, when Fang Ping was being hunted, it was still okay. Even if he was ambushed, everyone could react quickly and join forces to kill him. Now, however, the Jiang brothers had joined forces. At this time, if the 2 of them joined forces to attack again, it would be troublesome. Your Highness, then I'm not leaving. Ji Yao humphed coldly. If he wants to kill me, then so be it. If he does, then we die together. At most, they would die together. Now, whenever she thought of that guy chopping off her arms, she was filled with anger. She was different from Feng Yexing and the rest. Those people were imprinted with the life-saving unique skill given by the true king. And she was the true king's origin. In other words, if she killed Feng Yexing and the rest, the unique skill would be affected by their own strength, and she might not be able to kill the enemy. However, she had the origin power in her body. If she was killed, the origin would explode, and the chaotic origin Dao in the place of battle would definitely be triggered. It would be better to die together. The true king's origin power would not leak, not even to his own children and descendants. However, Ji Yao's identity was special. Not only was she a descendant of the true king, but she was also the direct descendant of the Lord of the Royal Court. The Lord of the Royal Court might not be as strong as the true king, but their status was absolutely equal, or even slightly higher. Under such circumstances, giving Ji Yao some origin power was not something that anyone would dare to covet. Still want to leave? Don't even think about leaving! Just as they were discussing, Fang Ping suddenly appeared, and the small city landed with a loud bang. Don't leave! Ji Yao, how dare you go against me, Fang Ping? Wait for your death! Fang Ping controlled the small city to land, and it exploded instantly. Some of the rank 6 martial artists nearby had their heads blown up directly. Fang Ping did not stay any longer. The small city condensed again, and exploded in front of Erbidwa. Erbidwa's expression was slightly sluggish. Then, he quickly chased after Fang Ping. The other 4 rank 7s did not leave this time. Instead, they were extremely vigilant. Jiang Hao had met up with him. Now that Jiang Chao had appeared, what about Jiang Hao? Jiang Chao, at this time, Ji Yao did not care about the casualties of those rank 6 martial artists. Instead, she frowned and asked, What did he say just now? A rank 7 martial artist said uncertainly. He said, Dare to go against him, Fang Ping. Fang Ping? Ji Yao was stunned for a moment. After a while, she said, Fang Ping? This name was so familiar. Someone remembered and said immediately, When Yang Qing was dying, she also shouted Fang Ping. I don't know if it's the same name. Your Highness also knows that the names of resurrected martial artists are very complicated. No, isn't he Jiang Chao? Could it be the nickname that resurrected martial artists mentioned? As soon as this was said, a few rank 7 martial artists looked at each other. Was it? Regarding the resurrected martial artists, they only had some understanding of the land of battle and some books. They had never been to the land of rebirth. Nickname? Nickname Fang Ping? Something did not feel right. Ji Yao was also a little confused. She frowned and said, Whatever, let's go and catch up. Whether it was Fang Ping or Jiang Chao, kill them first. However, Yang Qing said that he wanted to kill Fang Ping, and then said that Jiang Chao had nothing to do with him. Recalling this, Ji Yao suddenly had a thought. Could it be that these two were not the same person? Ji Yao was confused. Who was the one that she had always wanted to kill? Even though she was confused, Ji Yao did not delay and quickly chased after them. Commander Erbidwa was still chasing the other party. The other party was full of tricks. Who knew if there would be any changes? Trash, an upper stage rank 7 actually can't catch up to an upper stage rank 6. How embarrassing! In front, Fang Ping was extremely provocative. He sneered and said, Your monster life royal court dares to chase after me. Wait and see. This time, I won't let any of you leave. Erbidwa did not say a word. He blasted a punch and exploded the void. Fang Ping's body flashed with golden light. He also blasted a punch, but he vomited blood and fled in panic. Erbidwa chased while saying coldly, Continue to self-destruct your immortal deity. I want to see how many times you can self-destruct. It's not a problem to blow you up. As Fang Ping fled, he taunted, You'll regret this time. Cutting off that witch's arms is a sign of respect for her. How dare you take revenge? How dare you? Even if Erbidwa reached middle stage rank 7, he was furious at this time. These words were so infuriating that he wanted to vomit blood. You cut off the arms of a true king's descendant, the king lord's daughter. Isn't it right to chase after you? Even a true king was not as overbearing as the other party. Not to mention that he was not a real commander. Even if he was, a commander would still dare to be so presumptuous. Jiang Chao, my name is Fang Ping. Remember, don't die without knowing who killed you. Boom! Before Fang Ping could finish his sentence, Crocodile Bidwa punched through the air, sending Fang Ping flying thousands of meters forward, his back exploding. On Fang Ping's body, the golden light continued to flicker, and he quickly recovered to his original state. He chuckled and said, Continue, come on, let's see if you can kill me with one punch. Try it then. This time, Fang Ping did not self-destruct his immortal deity. Erbidwa was also a little surprised. As for the name that Fang Ping mentioned, Erbidwa was too lazy to pursue it. He would think about it after killing him. Boom! Bidwa punched one after another. Fan Ping was running and recovering at the same time. He had no intention of fighting back at all. In fact, it was useless for him to fight back. However, Fan Ping still self-destructed his mentality twice, blocking for a moment. Otherwise, if he really got close to him, the power would be greater, and he would not be able to withstand it. An upper stage rank 7 martial artist had the ability to kill him in seconds. Of course, that meant that if he got close and unleashed his full strength, Fan Ping would not even have time to recover and would probably be killed. However, at a distance of hundreds of meters, a rank 7 martial artist's mentality explosion range was limited. Beyond this distance, the explosion was not pure celestiality, but energy force. Fan Ping self-destructed his mentality, but this time was different from the past. In the past, after he self-destructed, his speed was extremely fast, and he quickly disappeared from sight. He restrained his aura and could not be detected. This time, Fan Ping seemed to be a little slower because of his injury, always in Bidwa's line of sight. Bidwa chased while being vigilant. This guy, something was wrong this time. In front, Fan Ping fled for a while and suddenly laughed. You're finished. Jiang Hao has already gone to kill Ji Yao. It's too late for you to go back now. Your people are probably all dead. As soon as this was said, Bidwa was relieved. Then he sneered. Although Jiang Hao is strong, you still overestimate him. There were still 2 middle-stage commanders and 2 early-stage powerhouses on His Highness' side. These 4 people were more than enough to protect Ji Yao. It turned out that this kid wanted to lure him away and kill His Highness. Are you sure you want to continue chasing me? Jiang Hao is not someone to be trifled with. If you go back and collect His Highness' corpse now, it might not be too late. I'll collect your corpse first. Bidwa had no intention of going back at this time. No matter how the battle over there was, he could drag it out for a while. In order to lure him this time, this kid had been extremely close to him. If he could not kill the other party this time, it would be difficult in the future. It would not be too late to kill him first and then go back. Martial artists were decisive. If they looked at each other now, they would probably achieve nothing in the end. Go to hell. This time, Bidwa erupted continuously. His fists were like mountains, bombarding Fan Ping again and again. Fan Ping's body exploded, but he could barely maintain his recovery speed. He continued to pull away from Bidwa, self-detonating his mentality from time to stop him for a while. After chasing for dozens of miles, Fan Ping suddenly turned around and the small city continued to self-detonate. In the next moment, just as Bidwa stopped, Fan Ping suddenly shouted, "Die!" At this moment, Bidwa felt threatened. A strong sense of crisis. Soon Bidwa discovered the source of the crisis. In front of Fan Ping, a golden Chandao suddenly appeared. Bidwa's pupils shrank. This kid actually hid a trump card that brought a great threat to him. It's not that easy to kill me, Bidwa shouted coldly. Then, a thick mentality barrier quickly condensed in front of him. In the next moment, Bidwa's expression changed again. Fan Ping did not use his saber. The golden charm now became brighter and brighter, and the aura became stronger and stronger. It was so strong that he felt that he might be killed instantly. There's no need to take his saber. Bidwa also saw that this kid took a long time to prepare. This kind of move might work once. Next time, he was prepared. If he did not give him time, he would not be able to kill him. Thinking of this, Bidwa sneered. Seeing Fan Ping's saber slashing down, Bidwa flew away quickly without looking back. Do you think I have to take your saber? Do you still have the ability to escape after one slash? However, when Fan Ping used his saber, the sense of threat became stronger and stronger. This time, Bidwa flew backward even faster. It was a very strong ultimate move. He had to avoid it first. He flew backward for thousands of meters. In front of him, Fan Ping was still chasing him, shouting, "Don't run! Slash me! Ridiculous! Erbidwa sneered in his heart, but he still felt the danger. He turned around and was about to speed up his escape. This kind of accumulation could not be maintained forever. If this kid did not slash, he would not be able to withstand it. If he avoided this slash, he would still let himself be killed. Just as Erbidwa turned around, a golden light rose from the ground. The speed of this golden light was extremely fast. At this moment, Erbidwa's pupils shrank. Wrong. The source of the danger was wrong. The danger did not come from Fang Ping's saber, but the sword behind him. Damn it! Erbidwa roared. The battle between powerhouses was only a thin line. Fang Ping's actions made him make a prediction error. The threat brought by Fang Ping's saber covered the source of the threat behind him. Bastards, they're scheming against me. Roar! Erbidwa roared. In front of him, a half-real, half-virtual crocodile monster beast appeared out of thin air. This was his materialization. As soon as the materialization appeared, Erbidwa quickly condensed the rich celestiality. He had no intention of counterattacking, just defending. At this moment, Fang Ping, who was behind him, gritted his teeth. The small city descended in an instant and exploded instantly. With this explosion, the crocodile monster beast trembled. In the blink of an eye, the small city reappeared and exploded for the second time. Boom boom! The crocodile monster beast's figure became even more illusory. At this moment, Fang Ping roared wildly. A small golden city condensed and exploded with a loud bang. Bang! The crocodile monster beast was blown to pieces in an instant. There was a momentary daze in Erbidwa's eyes. At this time, the sword had already pierced through the air. Puff! A low sound of flesh breaking was heard. In the next moment, Erbidwa's eyes were dull, and he fell from the sky. A bloody hole the size of a coin appeared in front of his forehead. In the air, the illusory crocodile monster beast disappeared instantly. He died just like that. At this time, Jiang Hao rose from the ground and slashed Erbidwa's corpse with a sword. He said somewhat blankly, "Isn't this too easy?" At this moment, his face was pale, and he had consumed a lot of energy. However, an upper stage rank 7 martial artist was killed by him so easily. It was too surprising. Soon, Jiang Hao thought of the key point. He suddenly looked at Fang Ping, who was constantly spewing blood, and said with a look of surprise, "That saber just now." The reason why he killed Erbidwa with a sword was because of that saber. That saber brought a huge threat to Erbidwa, causing Erbidwa to make a mistake in his prediction. If there was no threat brought by that saber, Erbidwa would definitely discover and sense it when he used his sword. Even if he could not block it, Erbidwa could quickly cover up his weaknesses. However, Fang Ping's actions made him make a huge mistake. He ignored Jiang Hao's sword, which was the key to Erbidwa's easy death. Fang Ping did not say anything. He touched Erbidwa's body for a moment, thought about it, and simply put the corpse into the storage space. At this time, Fang Ping laughed and said, "It's for scaring people. If I really slashed it, it'll just break some skin." Jiang Hao chuckled. "Who are you trying to fool?" However, he was on guard. This kid really had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. An upper stage rank 7 martial artist was killed just like that. That saber, he had to be careful too. The sense of crisis just now even exceeded the outburst of his ultimate technique. This meant that once Fang Ping used his saber, it might be even stronger than his sword just now. If he really did that to himself, would he not be finished? Fang Ping smiled and did not say much. If he knew what Jiang Hao was thinking, Fang Ping would tell him that if he really used his saber, this guy would definitely be killed by him. There was no other reason. If he really used his saber, he would not erupt a strong aura at all. If he restrained his aura, when the enemy sensed the crisis, the saber would probably fall on his head. Unlike Jiang Hao, if he did not use his saber to erupt his aura to cover him, he would have been discovered by Erbidwa long ago. Fang Ping did not talk about the saber anymore. He glanced behind him and said with a smile, "Let's go." Your combat strength is not at its peak now. Hide first. When you recover later, we'll kill everyone except Ji Yao. Don't even think about leaving. Jiang Hao also stopped talking about the saber. He also smiled and said with some regret, "It's a pity that we can't slowly torture them to death." Fang Ping glanced at him. Crazy. This guy was a complete villain. Of course, he had to kill the enemy as fast as possible. Torture? Be careful not to die in the hands of others one day. Villains died because they moved too much. Did he not understand? Fang Ping was too lazy to care about him. If this guy died, then so be it. It was none of his business. The two of them did not linger, and quickly disappeared from the spot. Not long after they left, Ji Yao and the others caught up. Sensing the remaining dangerous aura at the scene, the expressions of several rank 7 martial artists changed again and again. Where's Commander Air? They looked around. At this moment, they could no longer sense Erbidua's aura. Ji Yao looked around. At this moment, she felt like she was being targeted by a hunter. Someone was hunting her. Those below the commander level, leave this place immediately. Ji Yao repeated again. They must leave immediately. Where was Commander Erbidua? Was the upper stage Commander Erbidua dead? No way. The Jiang brothers. Whether they were brothers or not, the two of them did not have the ability to kill Erbidua so quickly. But what if? Genius 1 second. Remember this website address. Mobile version. Chapter 588. Go! Where do you want to go? Jiang Hao went to recover, but Fang Ping did not. When those rank 6 martial artists were preparing to retreat, Fang Ping appeared and disappeared like a ghost, like a demon, wantonly hunting these rank SIXS. Not long after, those retreating rank SIXS were forced back by Fang Ping alone. Bastard! When she saw those people being forced back, Ji Yao's expression changed completely. Commander Air was in trouble. If nothing happened to Erbidua, Jiang Chao, no, Fang Ping would not be able to free himself and would not dare to hunt them. After cursing, Ji Yao realized that they were really in trouble this time and said quickly, Commander Hu, let's retreat together. Ji Yao did not plan to stay any longer. Originally, because Erbidua was still there, her plan was for the rank SIXS to retreat and the rank 7s to surround and kill Fang Ping. But now, Commander Erbidua was in trouble. Even an upper stage commander powerhouse was in trouble. How did Fang Ping do it? Do you think you can leave? Just as Ji Yao was speaking, Fang Ping suddenly flashed like a ghost and killed a rank 6 martial artist with one slash. His head fell off. Ji Yao! Those who dare to go against me, Fang Ping, are almost all dead. You are no exception. At this moment, Fang Ping was extremely arrogant, standing proudly in the void thousands of meters in front of them. You can't catch up to me, and I can hunt you at will. Even those 2 middle stage rank 7s have to die. Ji Yao, do you regret it? Ji Yao's face was livid, not saying a word. The few rank 7 martial artists did not chase after them. They were all extremely vigilant, guarding Ji Yao. Jiang Hao was still there. There was no time to go to the rank 7 region to ask for reinforcements. Ji Yao glanced at the rank 6 martial artists around her and shouted, Everyone, disperse and retreat separately. It's useless. In front, Fang Ping smiled and said, They can't leave. These people are too slow. I can kill them one by one. It's even easier. Moreover, my people are guarding the entrance. You know that it's not a problem to kill all of you. What do you want? Divine weapons, hand over all your divine weapons, life essence, and everything else, and I can spare you. Ji Yao said coldly. Dream on. I'm sorry. Ever since I became a martial artist, I've stopped dreaming. Fang Ping grinned, wiped his neck, and said mildly, Cat and mouse. You might not know what kind of scene it is, but you don't need to know. I'll be waiting for you in front. Wait for your deaths. Unless you hand over something that satisfies me, all of you will die. With that, Fang Ping disappeared. Ji Yao's expression turned ugly as she shouted. Who the hell are you? Fang Ping. MCMAU Fang Ping. Remember, one day, you will know how big of a mistake it is to offend me, Fang Ping. Bastard. Ji Yao was furious. You were the one who killed me first. You killed me, so I took revenge. You actually have the face to say that I offended you? Bastard. After her outburst, Ji Yao could no longer sense Fang Ping's presence. She looked at the few rank 7 martial artists beside her. After a while, she said, If we can't split up, then let's retreat together. He doesn't have the ability to kill us. Your Highness, a middle-stage rank 7 martial artist said immediately. Why don't we split up and attract his attention? We'll escort His Highness away. At this moment, these people were a little panicked. Crocodile Bigwa was dead. This was beyond their expectations. If the other party could kill Crocodile Bigwa, he could kill them too. It was fine if they died, but Ji Yao could not die. Ji Yao's eyes were cold. She shook her head and said, Since I brought everyone here, I won't abandon them. Go, find Feng Qing and the others. Commander Crocodile is missing. Now that Fang Ping wants to attack us, only Feng Qing and the others can stop Fang Ping. There were still powerhouses in the king's battleground. Heavenly Plant's royal court still had 2 upper stage, 2 middle stage, and 6 early stage martial artists. In addition, they had 2 middle stage and 2 early stage on their side. If 14 commander-level powerhouses really gathered together, Fang Ping's arrogance would not last long. At most, they could force Feng Qing and the others to escort them out. Would Fang Ping dare to intercept and kill this team? Ji Yao wanted to find Feng Qing. The few rank 7s also nodded. Now, they could only find Feng Qing and the others to cooperate. Otherwise, they did not know what to do now. Initially, they were very confident. However, Commander Crocodile did not return. Although he said he was missing, they all understood that he was probably dead. Otherwise, Commander Crocodile would not leave His Highness alone. While Ji Yao was looking for Feng Qing and the others, Fang Ping appeared a few times. He came and went like a shadow. Sometimes he hid underground, sometimes he hid in the river, and suddenly attacked. This time, Ji Yao had a taste of Feng Miexing. On the first day they entered the king's battleground, Fang Ping also treated Feng Miexing and the others the same way. They could not avoid it. The more people there were, the stronger the energy and the stronger the aura. Fang Ping could sense where they were moving, but they could not detect Fang Ping's whereabouts. The few rank 7s did not dare to leave Ji Yao's side. Even if Ji Yao did not care and ordered them to kill Fang Ping, they did not move. They could not let anything happen to His Highness even if some rank SIXS died. Even if His Highness had the means to perish together, that would be after he died. It was not the point where he had to die yet. The team of 100 or so people was getting smaller and smaller. 90 people, 80 people. Along the way, Fang Ping appeared many times. Every time he appeared, there would be a large number of casualties. Some of the Monster Life Royal Court's rank 6 martial artists even broke down and left alone. Even so, very soon, these people's heads were thrown back. Fang Ping, kid, you're good as an assassin. Jiang Hao, who had recovered, did not look for Fang Ping. Instead, he chased after Ji Yao and the others in the direction they left. Soon, Fang Ping found his way over. Looking at Fang Ping's team in the distance, who were on high alert and surrounded by Ji Yao's team, Jiang Hao was also very surprised. This kid was really good. Fang Ping chuckled. Now, the ones who are a real threat to me are only upper stage rank 7 martial artists. Although I can't kill middle stage martial artists, they can't kill me easily either. As long as I'm not surrounded and unable to escape, these people can't kill me. If there were 4 or 5 middle stage martial artists, I would be in some trouble. Now there are only 2, and they still have to guard against you. How would they dare to kill me? What do we do now? They seem to be looking for Feng Qing and the others. There are many rank 7s in the Monster Plant's royal court. A round bead appeared in Fang Ping's hand suddenly. Jiang Hao recognized it at a glance and shook his head. It might not be useful. Even if it's useful, it's best not to use it. If you use it, you and I won't be able to escape. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Is this thing useless? It's not useless. Of course, it's hard to say. What's sealed here is only a wisp of origin chi. It might not be able to trigger the chaos origin path. If it's really triggered, then you won't be able to escape in time. If it explodes, the coverage is very wide. Then it's trash? It's not really trash. Why don't you find someone to try triggering it, the kind that doesn't care about their lives? Fang Ping rubbed his chin and glanced at him. Jiang Hao's face, which was still carrying a gentle smile, suddenly stiffened. Mother *Ker, why are you looking at me? Although I'm not afraid of death, I don't want to do this kind of thing. You can find someone else for a suicide mission. Then I'll ambush them from afar as a hidden weapon. They'll definitely shatter the bead themselves. That should work, right? That depends on whether they're stupid or not. Whether it's a threat or not, they can actually sense it. If you throw it, the destructive power won't be too strong. Even rank 3 won't be able to hurt them. At this time, if it doesn't shatter, then it'll be a big loss. This thing was extremely precious, an absolute peak of origin energy. Honestly speaking, only that fellow had fallen. Otherwise, no one would throw their origin chi around like that. I'll just be paranoid. Fang Ping smiled and said, How far will it cover? At least 3,000 meters, or else you won't be able to escape. Right, stay away from me. Remember to let me leave when you throw it. Jiang Hao reminded him hurriedly. Fang Ping glanced at him. Are you that afraid of death? I thought you were really not afraid of death. You're just a paper tiger. Those who were afraid of death were not real perverts. Fang Ping, who had been wary of him suddenly hurting people, was less worried now. If he was not a real pervert who liked to torture and kill people, then he was pretending to be a powerhouse. This guy might have an inferiority complex, but he wanted to pretend to be strong, so he chose to torture and kill martial artists. Did someone pee on his head when he was young? Fang Ping made a judgment in his heart and prepared to ask Fatty Jiang later. Jiang Hao most likely had an inferiority complex. He looked strong on the outside, but he was weak on the inside. He might even have a cross-dressing fetish and tortured female martial artists to death. Maybe he was jealous of their beauty. Bah, what a pervert! Fang Ping shuddered, subconsciously distancing himself from Jiang Hao. This guy was a pervert even if he was not. He ignored Jiang Hao. With Jiang Hao around, it was even easier for Fang Ping to kill. From afar, Jiang Hao unleashed his aura, and Fang Ping ambushed and killed. Those martial artists did not even dare to run. The rank 7 martial artists did not even have the intention to chase after them. Both of them circled around. One would chase after one, and the other would kill violently. If they split up and chased after them, be careful not to be killed. Ji Yao and the rest released energy beams into the sky, trying to lure Feng Qing and the rest out. Where were they? The king's battleground was not small, and it was not easy to bump into them. During this period, Fang Ping sometimes did not show himself. Instead, he threw something to kill people from afar. Although he might not be able to kill them, some of the weaker ones would often be seriously injured. Under this torment, under the situation where dozens of people were killed and injured, Ji Yao and the rest finally saw Feng Qing and the rest. When she saw Feng Qing and the rest, Ji Yao even had the urge to cry. Originally, she treated Feng Qing and the rest as enemies, but now she felt like she had seen a life-saving straw. She was not afraid of death, and she was also sure that Fang Ping would not dare to kill her. However, so many of the people she brought had died, and it made her feel bad. Where's Ibidwa? When Feng Qing saw Ji Yao and the rest, he was also shocked. Ibidwa? Ibidwa, who was of the same rank as him, was gone. On the Destiny Royal Court side, it was a mess. Everyone was injured, and a group of people was missing. No one knew if they were dead or had left. Ji Yao regained her composure. She glanced at the gloomy Feng Yexing in the crowd and suddenly felt much better. At least she was not as miserable as Feng Yexing. She was miserable, but others were even more miserable. This was happiness. At this moment, Ji Yao was relieved and felt much better. She regained her cold demeanor and said, "Commander Yi is missing. Jiang Hao and Fan Ping have met up." Fan Ping? Feng Qing looked confused. Why did another person appear? It's Jiang Chao. Before she could finish her sentence, someone suddenly laughed in the distance. I'm not Jiang Chao. The woman who was killed and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Don't be so stubborn. I don't have a peerless elder. I'm just a normal martial artist. I can still kill you until you kneel and beg for mercy. Ha ha ha, you haven't seen how this woman kneeled and begged for mercy just now, right? Ha! As Feng Qing and the rest attacked, Fan Ping had long disappeared. Only his voice echoed in the air. Bastard! I didn't. Ji Yao was furious. How could she have done such a thing? Feng Qing saw the ugly look on her face and did not say anything. In reality, he knew it was impossible. However, knowing was one thing. Everyone knew it was fake. Feng Yexing sneered. It's hard to say. No one will know whether I did it or not. Even if they know, they won't dare to say it. You're asking for it. Feng Yexing regained his arrogance and sneered. Ji Yao, you're the one begging us now. What does it have to do with us if you're killed? Do you really think that Sky Plant's royal court is your subsidiary dynasty? You died in Jiang Chao's hands. It has nothing to do with us. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Feng Yexing was full of mockery. This which was so arrogant before. But now, she was the one who was killed and came to them for help. Feng Qing did not say anything after he said that. They did not have a subordinate relationship with Ji Yao. Previously, Fan Ping used Ji Yao to threaten them. Ji Yao, this witch, had tricked them once. At that time, there were many people in the land of King's battleground. Moreover, Ji Yao had sent someone to inform them. It might have caused a misunderstanding. Now, Ji Yao was dead. It had nothing to do with them. Now that the situation had come to this, who would believe that he, Feng Qing, had killed Ji Yao? Of course, he would not kill her. Ji Yao had the origin energy. If she killed him, he would die too. However, there were still 4 commanders on Ji Yao's side. Now that everyone had the same enemy, he did not mind joining forces to kill Jiang Chao? Thinking of this, Feng Qing interrupted. Is he Jiang Chao or Fan Ping? Ji Yao sneered. I don't know. This was spread by Feng Yexing. Feng Qing looked at Feng Yexing. Feng Yexing's expression was ugly. Don't believe him. He's Jiang Chao, a descendant of King of War. If he's not a descendant of King of War, would such a martial artist appear in the land of rebirth? He's just trying to mislead us now. Whether it's Fan Ping or Jiang Chao, he must be killed, Feng Qing said. Now, he could not be bothered to pursue the issue of identity. Very soon, Feng Qing looked at everyone and said, Now, Jiang Hao and Fan Ping have met up. Jiang Hao's ability is not weak. Previously, all of you were unwilling to join forces, causing Commander Crocodile's death. Now, since you've met up, Your Highness Ji Yao, Commander Hu, and the rest must listen to my arrangements. We must protect Your Highness. They won't dare to kill Ji Yao. If all of you are unwilling, then please leave. We won't bring a bunch of burdens with us. Feng Qing did not hold back. If they were unwilling to make a move, then what was the point of keeping them? The 4 commanders were not weak. They might even be able to kill Jiang Chao. However, Ji Yao was not hesitant. She said in a low voice, All right, Commander Hu and the rest will listen to your arrangements. Your Highness is still the most reasonable. Feng Qing smiled and said quickly, Then, Commander Hu and the rest, along with Mu He and Mulan, the 6 of you will kill Jiang Hao. The rest, follow me and Mu Dao you to kill Fan Ping. No matter how strong he is, no matter how many tricks he has, He must die this time. 2 middle stage and 4 early stage were enough to hunt down Jiang Hao. As for them, 2 upper stage, 2 middle stage, and 4 early stage to kill Fan Ping. As long as he did not escape, he would die without a doubt. Even if 14 commanders joined forces, they still could not kill these 2 people? Just as Ji Yao and the rest were looking for Fan Ping and the rest, preparing to surround and kill them. Fan Ping looked at Yao Qingjun in front of him in shock. He had really broken through? How could he be so fast? Fan Ping was in slight disbelief. How many days had it been? He had broken through just like that. As for how Yao Qingjun found him, that was easy. These few days, he did not put the mother-child sensor into his space, just so that they could find him. However, Yao Qingjun had actually broken through. This was still beyond Fan Ping's expectations. Right now, Yao Qingjun had really achieved rank 7. Yao Qingjun opened his mouth and said, "Fan Ping, you should go to the ruins to look for opportunities. You might have underestimated the ruins here." Yao Qingjun's expression was a little strange. He said softly, "Before this, everyone kept saying that breaking through here is very fast, but as for how fast, they didn't understand. Now I understand what exactly is going on. What's in the ruins?" Yao Qingjun's expression was a little complicated. After a while he said, "I don't know." Fan Ping was speechless. "Are you kidding me? You said you understood just now, and now you say you don't know? Are you kidding me?" Yao Qingjun was also a little troubled. After thinking for a while, he organized his words and said, "How should I say this? Previously, the others didn't say it clearly, but it's probably the same. These few days I entered a ruins. After entering, I realized that I don't seem to be in the King battleground anymore. It's not a ruin either. I remember that I entered a small, damaged palace. But after I entered, I appeared in another place. I don't know where it is either. I only know that it's not a palace, it's a place with nothing. Over there, it's filled with a lot of sourceless mentality." "Sourceless mentality?" Fan Ping asked in surprise. "What's sourceless mentality?" "It's pure mentality without the power of origin, without any martial artist's aura." Yao Qingjun thought for a while and said, "Yes, that's it. Mentality without any aura of origin or martial artist's life origin. You have to know, the mentality of people like us carries our own imprint. When it leaves our body, it will dissipate. It's impossible to store mentality like an energy source, but that place is indeed filled with a lot of sourceless mentality. It's very concentrated, so concentrated that after I cultivated for a while, the speed of my mentality gate closing was almost 1,000 times faster than before. I didn't cultivate for long there before my mentality gate was sealed. After my mentality gate was sealed, my life gate, say it. Let's not talk about this for now. My life gate was originally sealed. This time, I also directly crossed the peak rank 6 stage. After I sealed my mentality gate, very soon, I directly achieved mentality vitality fusion, and then naturally entered rank 7. That simple? Yes. Fan Ping stared at him for a while, a little speechless. He said, "You mean, this sourceless mentality can help you seal the gate quickly? Not only that, it can also help me increase my mentality." Yao Qingjun opened his mouth and said, "My current mentality is much stronger than when it first appeared. I feel it. It seems to be stronger than me. It's a little unbelievable. Where did you go after you entered the ruins? And how did you come out?" "I don't know where I went. I came out. As soon as I broke through, I came out automatically." "Outside the ruins?" "No, the ruins are gone." Fan Ping's face was blank. What was he talking about? What the hell did he mean by the ruins were gone? Previously, Jiang Ping did not say that after entering, the ruins were gone. Also, although the others could break through quickly, they all came in a few times. Yao Qingjun was too fast. Seeing Fan Ping's blank face, Yao Qingjun thought for a while again and said, "Actually, I have some speculations, but I'm not too sure. Or I think it might be a mistake in my speculation." "Say it," Fan Ping said gloomily. Just say it, I'm about to suffocate because of you. The opportunities that each of us encountered might be different. What I encountered was sourceless mentality. Some people might encounter other powers, or it might simply be a treasure. However, I think what I encountered might involve a deep secret. Say it quickly. Materialize. Yao Qingjun no longer hesitated. With a solemn expression, he said, I'm guessing that the place I went to might be inside a powerhouse's materialization. Fan Ping, a dead powerhouse, the materialization did not dissipate, but after many years of accumulation, a large amount of sourceless mentality was left behind. This is impossible. When a person is dead, how could the materialization still be left behind? After I broke through, maybe because I absorbed a large amount of sourceless mentality, it caused the materialization to become unstable, shatter, and dissipate. Therefore, the ruins disappeared. Fan Ping, among the ruins here, not every place might have such a powerhouse's materialization left behind, but I'm guessing that maybe most of them are like this. Or, the appearance of the ruins is an illusion. The outside might really be some buildings from back then, but inside, it's a powerhouse's remnant materialization. These dead powerhouses left their materialization behind to give future generations a chance to break through quickly. Fan Ping said with a headache. You're saying that when a person died, the materialization was left behind? But when a person died, their mentality would overflow. Even if it was not obliterated, it would only form something like a boundary wall. How could there be a materialization left behind? As I said, it's just my own judgment. Yao Qingjun explained. It might not be true, and this has something to do with my previous materialization. I feel a little familiar. A normal rank 6 martial artist might not have this kind of feeling. Also, this has something to do with you. Me? Didn't you say before that ancient martial artists have mentality cultivation methods? If there is, why can't there be a situation where the materialization is real? If mentality is strong enough to a certain extent, constantly filling up the materialization, isn't it normal for the materialization to exist for a long time without dissipating? Yao Qingjun said with a serious look. Others might not think of it. Those peak-level and mid-rank 9 powerhouses can't enter. They don't know the specific inside story either. But I feel that it's a materialization. Fan Ping, the path of ancient martial artists might really be different from ours. They will focus on cultivating the materialization. We won't, because we don't have so much energy to keep filling it up, because our mentality is too difficult to cultivate. At the end of the day, we still mainly cultivate vitality force, using vitality force to feed back mentality. At this time, it's already extremely difficult for mentality to reach the standard of advancement. Who has so much time and effort to cultivate the materialization? But what if there are ancient martial artists who focus on cultivating mentality, but not vitality force? Does such a possibility exist? Fan Ping squinted and looked at him for a while. Yao Qingjun nodded and said, Yes, I'm talking about myself. No, my past life. Do you think I'm that kind of martial artist? Then according to what you said, your materialization should have existed a long time ago. Existing might mean complete death, dissipating might mean rebirth. Yao Qingjun looked serious, then said, Also, look at this spear of mine. As Yao Qingjun said that, a long spear appeared in his hand, the long spear he got from the Gate of Life that day. Fan Ping fixed his eyes on it, only to see that the long spear in Yao Qingjun's hand disappeared instantly. Fan Ping did not say anything. I saw it, what's wrong? Are you kidding me? It appeared again, and then it retracted again. Yao Qingjun found it a little funny, said, Feel it carefully. Fan Ping revealed a hint of surprise, released his mentality, and began to feel. In the next moment, Fan Ping was suddenly stunned, his brows knitted tightly, saying slowly, This isn't a divine weapon. No, this isn't a weapon. It's a weapon. A weapon solidified by mentality. Yao Qingjun's eyes sparkled, saying, A weapon solidified by mentality. Fan Ping, have you thought about it? Do you dare to believe it? Before this, I always thought that this was a weapon made of a special material. It was only after I achieved mentality-vitality fusion and achieved rank 7 that I realized the abnormality. This isn't actually a spear, it can change its form according to my thoughts. As he spoke, the long spear appeared in Yao Qingjuan's hand again. This spear began to change, turning into a saber for a while, a sword for the next. This isn't the kind of mentality solidification by Paragon. The kind of solidification by Paragon is just like the boundary wall. Of course, the boundary wall is also very hard, but it doesn't have this kind of transformation function. Fa Ping, now do you understand why I guessed that it's a materialization? Because there might be a group of powerhouses who specialize in mentality among the ancient martial artists. These powerhouses have gone very far on this path, so far that they can use mentality to forge weapons. A weapon that lasts forever! A weapon that changes according to your thoughts. Only a weapon like this can be called a true divine weapon. Compared to it, the divine weapons today are too weak. Fang Ping was speechless. Do you know that you're very arrogant? Ancient martial artists who specialize in mentality. Yes, maybe there are also ancient martial artists who specialize in vitality force, or powerhouses who specialize in both. Everyone encountered different ruins, so their encounters are also different. Maybe someone encountered the ruins of powerhouses who specialize in vitality force. If that's the case, then I'm guessing that the power left behind by these powerhouses might be the extremely powerful vitality force without a source. Help everyone seal the Sanjiao Gate quickly, because these dead powerhouses, in my opinion, are probably the extremely powerful kind, even at least rank 9, Old Manly. 10,000 Dao Unification, specializing in vitality? At this moment, some thoughts surfaced in Fang Ping's mind. Specializing in vitality. Cultivating nothing else. Under 10,000 Dao Unification, only cultivating vitality. The stronger the vitality, the stronger the mentality. Maybe this was not a dual cultivation, but just cultivating vitality alone. There was another kind of person who might also be 10,000 Dao Unification, but they did not cultivate vitality, but mentality. Old Manly drew his sword. What he slashed was not the enemy's mentality, but the enemy's body. Would there be a group of people like Old Manly, drawing their swords and slashing? The person was still alive, but the other party's mentality was destroyed. The golden body appears first, mentality materializes later. That's why 10,000 Dao Unification cultivates vitality, because the golden body is stronger. Mentality materializes first, then appears after the golden body. Could it also be 10,000 Dao Unification and cultivate mentality? No, if that's the case, modern martial artists can all achieve 10,000 Dao Unification at rank 8. Or maybe it's not necessary to cultivate mentality, but to walk another path? Fang Ping's head was splitting. Suddenly he shook his head, exhaled and said, I don't care. Since you've broken through, I don't care how you did it. You came just in time, I was just about to kill someone. At this moment, Fang Ping really did not want to think about that. It was too troublesome. I don't care how ancient martial artists cultivate. What does it have to do with me? The most important thing now was to kill that group of people, to make this trip to the King battleground a success. As for the ruins, after killing them, he could just look for it himself. When the time came, he would naturally know. Also, this fellow Yao Qingjun, what did he get from the Life Gate? Please remember this book's original domain name. Mobile version website. Chapter 589. Global High Martial Arts, sorry, making some adjustments. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 590. The place where the king-level battle took place was a wasteland. In midair, Feng Nieshing roared, Jiang Chao! I don't care if you're Jiang Chao or Fang Ping. Don't you want to kill me? Didn't you say you didn't want me to leave the king battlefield? Come out. Kill me. Are you scared? You piece of trash, come out! If you don't come out, I'll leave the king battlefield. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me anymore. Idiot! More than 10 li away, Fang Ping cursed as he sat on a tree branch. Do you really think so highly of yourself? I still want to kill you. Who wants to kill you? I just saw that you were rich and would definitely drop equipment. You overestimated yourself. Jiang Hao smiled lightly and said, Why don't we go kill him? This was an open plan, not a conspiracy. Feng Qing and the others were waiting less than 10 miles away from Feng Yexing. If Fang Ping wanted to kill Feng Yexing, once he showed himself, he might be surrounded or he might escape after killing Feng Yexing. Fang Ping laughed. There's no hurry. This guy won't leave. If he doesn't kill me, how is he going to explain himself when he gets out? So many people had died, and he was the commander. If he didn't die, would he dare to leave? In any case, he would have to watch me die, or if I had killed those rank 7s and he felt that there was no hope of killing me, then he would leave. If there's a chance of killing me, he won't leave. Fang Ping did not believe Feng Yexing when he said that he wanted to leave the battleground. At the side, Yao Qingjun looked around and said, Some level 6 martial artists from the Demon Life Royal Court have left. Fang Ping nodded and said helplessly, There are too many people. These people are retreating separately. It's not easy to stop them. Someone has left. Yao Qingjun glanced at him, thought for a moment, and said, The people of the Monster Life King Court have left. If you want to pass safely this time, the best way is to kill all the people of the Monster Plants King Court. Jiang Hao glanced at him and smiled. What do you mean? Now almost no one from the Monster Plants Royal Court has left, and those who have left have all returned. They're all dead. Only Feng Extermination and the others are left. Yao Qingjun said calmly. The news has probably spread outside that Jiang Chao massacred countless people. Hearing this, Jiang Hao's expression darkened. He snorted and said nothing. Yao Qingjun continued. But who are those people who are being discussed outside? Almost all of them are from the dynasty, or the sections. Did they see Fang Ping kill the people from the Monster Plants Royal Court with their own eyes? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at him and smiled. You mean, yes. All the news actually came from the Monster Plant Royal Court. As for third parties like the dynasty and the sects, although we've killed a lot of them, don't forget that the ones who killed them weren't you or me. Fang Ping understood immediately when he heard that. When they killed those people, their faces were disfigured. Not only was his face disfigured, but he also had the aura of someone from the Monster Plant Royal Court. The reason why everyone was saying that Fang Ping and the others were the ones who did it was actually from the Monster Plants Royal Court. Some people were even spreading false rumors. Since everyone said that Jiang Chao did it, then Jiang Chao did it. In reality, these people had never seen Fang Ping before. They did not even know Fang Ping's aura. Fang Ping chuckled. What you mean is, after killing all the people from the Monster Plants Royal Court, only the third party and the people from the Monster Life Royal Court went out. The third party actually doesn't know us at all. That witch from the Monster Life Royal Court. Maybe we can even bite back at her. If we say that she led people to kill Feng Yexing and the others, everyone might suspect that they are more powerful than us. With our strength, one person killing so many people. Not many people might really believe it. But the Monster Life Royal Court has many people. They killed Feng Yexing and the others and framed us. As he said that, Fang Ping rubbed his chin and smiled. The Monster Life Royal Court and the Monster Plants Royal Court have been enemies for many years. Jiao seems to have always wanted to kill Feng Yexing. Her motive is stronger than ours. In the end, the people from the Monster Plants Royal Court are all dead. If Jiao goes out and accuses us, if she gives us a chance to reason, it seems like a good idea for us to bite back at her. Those people from the dynasty don't know the specific situation. However, there was a group of monsters that moved with them earlier. That was also their group. It's useless for a group of people to accuse them together. The victims are the people from the monster plant's royal court. In the end, they are all dead. Who will believe their one-sided story? As Yao Qingjun said that, he looked at Fang Ping and said, Although Brother Jiang said that you killed them, it doesn't matter. I believe that the minister will also stand up for you. However, Fang Ping, other people are other people after all. The trouble this time is not considered small. This time, the minister helped you handle it. Next time, will he continue to clean up after you? Right now, the best way is to muddy the waters and fish in troubled waters. You argue, I argue. In the end, the absolute peak has no intention of starting a war, and the matter will be considered settled. It's better to rely on ourselves than others. Even if we still need the absolute peak to step up in the end, at least we have done it to the point where it is the easiest. This way, the absolute peak powerhouses will not think that you are a big trouble. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said, It's not easy. The people from the monster plant's royal court might not be able to kill all of them. Try to kill them. If we can't kill them, then we will change our strategy. Drive a wedge between them. If someone from the monster plant's royal court escapes, we will think of a way to make them mistakenly think that we are actually in cahoots with Ji Yao. We are working together to deal with them. Everything that happened before was just a ruse. What's wrong with killing a few people from the monster life royal court who are not too important? Having said that, Yao Qingjun looked at Fang Ping and said with a smile, If someone really escapes, Fang Ping, then it's up to you. Me? Yes, subdue Ji Yao in an instant. Put on an intimate show. Don't be too obvious and deliberate. Get lost. Fang Ping scolded. He was speechless. Old Yao, you seem to have become sinister now? What's going on? Your IQ has increased. Did you recover your memory? Yao Qingjun could not help but laugh. Was I very stupid in the past? Do you think I am an ironhead? I am still the military department's commander-in-chief. I have led military martial artists and fought in military battles. Beside them, Jiang Hao listened to their conversation. He felt a headache coming on. He said, Up to you. I don't care about this. 2 upper stage rank 7 are not so easy to kill. Fang Ping nodded. He looked at old Zhao and asked, How's your combat strength now? If I fight early stage rank 7, I will definitely kill them. That's it. Yao Qingjun was speechless. What do you mean? I have just entered rank 7. If I fight someone of the same rank, I will definitely kill them. Definitely kill doesn't mean definitely win. Are you F*King looking down on me? Fang Ping did not say anything more. He said slowly, Other than Ji Yao's group, there are 2 upper stage rank 7, 2 middle stage rank 7, 6 early stage rank 7, and Feng Mieshing. Brother Jiang, how about you take on 2 upper stage rank 7? Jiang Hao was speechless. How should I reply without embarrassing myself? After thinking for a while, Jiang Hao said, I can take on 1. 2, that got it. Fang Ping smiled. Let's not talk about this. You guys retreat first. I will play with them. You guys go further away. I will see if I can trigger the Chaos Origin path and kill them. Both of them did not say much. Fang Ping could not help them hide their auras. They were too close to each other, and would be easily discovered. Very soon, Feng Mieshing, who was still cursing, tasted the pain. Boulders shot toward him from all directions. The sound of the boulders tearing through the air filled the void. This was not the main point. These boulders could not hurt him. The main point was, after Feng Mieshing smashed a boulder with a punch, he scolded suddenly. Damn bastard! Shameless! I will definitely kill you. When he smashed the boulder, he realized that the boulder was stained with feces. There were monsters here. There were also monsters of the 3 lower ranks. Demonic beasts of the 3 lower grades could excrete. High-ranked monsters could do it too, including those at the peak. Of course, there was no need to do so. They would decompose directly after eating. However, the 3 lower ranks did not have that ability. Feces were not uncommon. That bastard Fang Ping, he actually smashed the boulder that was stained with feces. Feng Qing and the rest had already moved to outflank him. However, very soon they returned, frowning. Fang Ping ran very fast. Even though Fang Ping had run away, Feng Qing was not disappointed. He sneered. As expected, he has his eyes on Miexing. Miexing, continue. He is very confident and very arrogant. He will make his move sooner or later. As long as you get the chance, he won't be able to escape. As they were talking, another batch of boulders attacked. This time, it was Feng Qing and the rest who attacked. Feng Miexing said hurriedly, "There's monster feces on it." Everyone looked disgusted. A rank 6 and 7 martial artist playing this kind of trick. They could only say that it was boring and disgusting. Other than disgusting people, there was no other effect. A few of them smashed the boulders in the air and attacked the place where the boulders had flown from again. However, Fang Ping was using mentality to control the boulders. He was no longer there. Fang Ping, who had restrained his aura, could not find a trace of Fang Ping even when everyone was bombarding everywhere. Just like that, the boulders smashed at them from time to time. Fang Ping dared not show himself, nor did he dare to fight them head-on. After a few times, Feng Miexing could not contain his anger. He began to curse. However, this guy only cursed a few times. To Fang Ping, it did not matter at all. He could curse all he wanted. Again and again, and again and again. Along the way, Fang Ping had exposed his whereabouts a few times. He was almost surrounded and killed. He was lucky to escape. And this also strengthened everyone's confidence. Just like that, he continued to curse. That guy was very bold. He was also determined to kill Feng Miexing. He was still unwilling to leave. This meant that Fang Ping must kill Feng Miexing. Otherwise, Fang Ping could totally hide and not care about this. He could even leave the place of the king battle. However, he did not leave. He still revealed his whereabouts from time to time. This also strengthened Feng Miexing's determination. Continue to curse him to death. It would be best if he was so angry that he would jump out without caring about anything else. Feng Miexing would not be satisfied if he did not kill Fang Ping. Although he did not hurt anyone by doing this repeatedly, it made Feng Miexing and the rest even angrier. This guy was getting more and more disgusting. Previously it was monster feces. Now it was feces mixed with water. Even from a distance, the water splashed over, forcing everyone to smash the boulders with their fists from a distance to avoid being splashed. Although they had reached this realm, they could directly isolate themselves with a mentality shield. However, when that thing got close to them, it still made them feel uncomfortable. Feng Miexing and the other men could not stand it. Ji Yao and the other female martial artists were going crazy. It was their first time seeing such a shameless martial artist. This was like fighting adults. Someone pissed on you. Who would do this during a fight? They were furious. They gritted their teeth and made up their minds to kill Fang Ping. As for Fang Ping, he could not stop sighing. These catacombs martial artists were so impatient. If it were Qin Feng Qing, Fang Ping suspected that old Qin would not even make a move. It was not a good habit to waste vitality. Where should one use vitality? When it came to killing people, old Qin used his vitality because he was considering whether it was more worthwhile to escape or to kill. As for these boulders, it was more likely that he would avoid them instead of smashing them. If he smashed them, he would waste a lot of vitality. Of course, these rank 6 and 7 martial artists did not care about this bit of energy consumption. They could almost instantly replenish this low consumption. At this moment, a boulder appeared in Fang Ping's hand again. He used his strength to dig a small hole in the boulder. In the hole, Fang Ping stuffed a crystal-like ball into it. If such a foreign object was stuffed into a boulder, it could still be discovered if it was examined carefully. However, Fang Ping smeared a layer of feces on the boulder. Catacombs martial artists were all high and mighty. Would they still be interested in using their mentality to examine a boulder like this? These guys could not wait to stay away from these things. Good luck to you. If you don't smash this thing, it won't affect you. If you break it yourselves, then it has nothing to do with me. Fan Ping gave his blessings without sincerity. Then, he started looking for an opportunity to throw the boulder. In the air. Feng Qing looked around. A few rank 7 martial artists had also spread out at this moment, each investigating carefully. Feng Qing glanced around and looked at Ji Yao. He frowned and said, "What kind of technique is his breath-concealing technique?" Ji Yao said lightly. "How would I know?" Not only did he hide his breath, he could also change his aura and confuse others. Their insistence on killing Fang Ping actually had something to do with this too. A person like this was really very dangerous. The key was this guy cultivating a special cultivation method or something else? If it was a cultivation method, apart from Fang Ping, would anyone else know the land of rebirth? If not, then it meant that Fang Ping was very special. After killing him, his corpse might be of great use. The possibility of it being a cultivation method was not too high. If there was, then Fang Ping would not be the only one using the land of rebirth. If not, then this special martial artist, Fang Ping, must die. Otherwise, he would always have to be on guard against someone ambushing him from behind. How broken would that be? Right now, this guy's ability was still not too strong. However, once he reached rank 7, rank 8, or even higher, what would happen then? You wouldn't even know that he had appeared when he attacked. As they were talking, more boulders came attacking. Seeing the rotten stuff on the boulders, Ji Yao was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. She was so angry that her face turned green. A few rank 7 martial artists also spread out hurriedly, rushing toward the direction where the boulders came from. This time, they still found nothing. As for Feng Qing, he had already unleashed his energy and shattered those boulders. Damn it! Feng Qing's expression was very ugly. He had enough of this guy's endless feces attacks. Just as he was raging, another pile of boulders came attacking from afar. Damn it! I must kill this bastard! Feng Qing was furious. His mentality quickly scanned the surroundings. Where was that guy? As Feng Qing shattered these boulders, he said gloomily, "Doesn't he like to play with these feces? Where are the monster gathering spots around? Send a few people to ambush him." Monster feces did not come out of nowhere. There had to be a source. Feng Qing thought that they might be able to ambush that guy. As he spoke, Ji Yao's expression suddenly changed. She took a look at one of the boulders. At this moment, her body was glowing. This is... The next moment, Ji Yao turned and ran without another word. Because she had already seen the boulder being smashed. And at this moment, she knew what it was. A true king's origin chi. When she sensed this origin chi, the origin chi on her body also fluctuated. This kind of powerhouse's origin she could sense each other very clearly. Ji Yao turned and ran. At this moment, Feng Qing also felt that something was wrong. He roared, "Disperse!" With this roar, even though the others did not know what was happening, they quickly broke through the air and fled. And the moment the boulder exploded, the small round bead within it also exploded. With this explosion, in the sky above, chaotic energy flows surged instantly, extremely fast. A huge hole seemed to appear in the sky. The energy flow stirred, and the sound of explosions was endless. In the next moment, an invisible, oppressive pressure appeared in the entire King battleground. Fang Ping, who had already fled after throwing the boulder, had a change of expression. He turned back to look. That aura! It was a little familiar. No, he had seen similar pressure before. Bounded zone! At this moment, Fang Ping remembered. In the past, he had seen similar outbursts of pressure in the bounded zone. That day, Qin Feng Qing and Tai Tu entered the bounded zone. After that, this kind of pressure erupted, scaring away all the monsters in the periphery. Of course, if the pressure that day was rational, then today's was not rational enough. It was like a lunatic. Origin Dao. What exists in the bounded zone is origin Tao. Whose origin is it? Alive or dead? Could it be that the Yang family's patriarch went there for this origin energy? At this moment, countless thoughts emerged in Fan Ping's mind again. The origin Tao in the King battleground was chaotic and violent. It was the aggregation of countless people's origins. But the bounded zone might not be like this. Maybe it was just a top-notch powerhouse's origin Tao. And this powerhouse might have fallen, but the origin was still there. If Juexin wanted to walk the second path, did he need these? He should need them. After the Yang family's patriarch fell, Juexin also seized his corpse because he could observe this Juexin's origin Tao when he was alive. Rank 9 martial artists could also observe and even walk this path. Could it really be because of this? The Li family's patriarch claimed to have walked the second path. Could it be the same? He once went to the bounded zone, observed the origin Tao, and then walked the second path? Countless thoughts arose in Fan Ping's mind. Very quickly, they were all shattered. At this moment, it was not the time to think about these. At this moment, heaven and earth in the distance roared, and energy streams exploded. That powerful force was like a man who had lost his mind. It was destroying everything at the place where the origin Qi had just erupted. As soon as the force was released, the ground disappeared directly, as if it had never existed. Countless energy streams exploded. Fan Ping felt as if he had returned to the day when Rose City was blown up. Behind him, that kind of explosion was deafening. In front of Fan Ping, the terrain was also changing continuously. In the past, the changes were one time. After the changes, it would only continue to change after a long time. But now, in front of him, there were mountains and rivers one moment, plains the next, rivers the next. Fan Ping even saw a ruin. Unfortunately, the ruin disappeared in a flash, disappearing in front of him in an instant. The terrain in front of him changed again. Fan Ping did not know how far he had run. When he felt that the threat behind him was smaller, only then did he turn around to look. At this moment, that crazy force seemed to have disappeared without a trace. In the sky that had been broken earlier had also closed up. It was as if nothing had happened. This is just the eruption of a wisp of origin Qi, and it actually triggered such a change. That Juexin entered. Fan Ping felt a chill run down his spine. Juexin could seal some origin Qi, but Juexin's ability was so powerful that it could shake heaven and earth. It could not be completely hidden. Once the chaotic origin Tao here was triggered, Fan Ping dared not imagine what kind of impact it would cause. It was not impossible for Juexin to fall. No wonder powerhouses who had comprehended origin Tao would not enter. This place was indeed too dangerous. How many people died? The stone that Fan Ping threw earlier was aimed at those rank 7 martial artists. At that time, there were 5 or 6 rank 7s gathered there. There were also a few nearby. Fan Ping did not know if anyone had escaped. At the moment of the eruption earlier, there was a moment of preparation time. Those with quick reflexes and speed might have been able to escape. But looking at the huge black hole in front of him, the terrain was destroyed beyond repair. Fan Ping shuddered. As long as they did not run out of this area, they were probably done for. It was at this moment that Fan Ping heard a roar of extreme rage. Damn it! Fan Ping, I will definitely kill you! That was Feng Qing's roar. This fellow did not die. He ran together with Ji Yao. His reflexes were fast, and he ran fast too. When the origin Tao erupted, it did not cover him. Even so, at this moment, Feng Qing was furious to the extreme. That bastard, he had schemed against them again. Near the black hole, Feng Qing's expression was livid. As the survivors gathered together, Feng Qing swept a glance around, clenched his fists, and said angrily, "Why does he have origin Qi? Not only origin Qi, but the origin Qi of a true king. To a true king, origin Qi was not something to be wasted casually. Not to mention, was he not afraid that his descendants would be killed by others and have their origin Qi snatched away before they could erupt? After he said that, Ji Yao's expression turned ugly. It doesn't seem to be the origin chi of a resurrected martial artist. It should be the origin chi of a true King Realm demon. Huh! Feng Qing seemed to have thought of something. He humphed and did not say anything else. After tallying the losses, his expression turned even uglier. In that instant of eruption, a few people had died. On Ji Yao's side, when she ran, a few rank 7s whose goal was to protect her ran too. Other than one fellow who was too far away and could not escape, there were still 3 rank 7s who survived. On their side, 10 rank 7 martial artists. In an instant, 5 of them died. The direction where Fang Ping threw it was the direction where they had the most people. *M***, bastard! In a fit of rage, Feng Qing glared coldly at Feng Yexing, who had just flown over. Feng Yexing did not say anything. He was fine, almost unaffected. There was no other reason. He had been at the forefront attracting Fang Ping's attention, not with the others. The place where the Chaos Origin Tao erupted was still a long distance away from him. Seeing that Feng Qing was looking at him, Feng Yexing did not say a word. He knew that his second brother was venting his anger on him. After all, he was the one who caused the trouble this time. These dead chieftains were his second brother's direct subordinates. They were also his capital to become the Lord of Lords. Now so many of them had died at once. Feng Yexing was helpless. This time, even his second brother was offended. Feng Qing did not look at Feng Yexing anymore. He looked around coldly. In his rage, he slammed his palms, smashing the ground around him into pieces. Fortunately, he and Mu Daoyu did not die. Of the 5 who died, 4 were early stage and 1 was middle stage. However, when he thought of how the 12 chieftains had crossed the boundary to come here, they did not think that they could not kill Fang Ping. Now, they had suffered heavy casualties. Only he and Mu Daoyu, 1 middle stage and 2 early stage chieftains were left. Feng Qing's heart was still bleeding. Too many had died. All these years, the forces that he had cultivated had been destroyed by 30%. How could he compete with the other heirs to the throne? The high-ranked powerhouses that were cultivated in the king's battleground were their capital. In the outside world, the conditions were not so convenient to cultivate so many chieftain powerhouses at once. Fang Ping! Feng Qing's heart was bleeding. He was so angry that he was about to explode. That bastard. If he did not kill him, he would not be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. At this moment, Fang Ping had once again touched the vicinity. After observing for a while, Fang Ping felt a little helpless. 2 upper-stage powerhouses were not dead. Including those from the Monster Life Royal Court, there were still 8 rank 7s, 2 upper-stage and 3 middle-stage. As for Feng Yexing, Fang Ping treated him as if he did not exist. He did not plan to kill him just now. Killing rank 7s was more important. Feng Yexing, this small fry, could be killed at any time. Genius in a second, remember this site's address. Mobile version. Chapter 591. Fang Ping probed for a while and left quickly. Not long after, Fang Ping found Jiang Hao and Old Jiao. The mother-child sensor was very useful. Now, Fang Ping felt that Fatty was a very interesting fellow. He didn't think much of these things before he came here, but now that he had a use for them, he realized how convenient they were. Upon returning, Jiang Hao hurriedly asked, "Did you just erupt with Genesis Chi?" "Yes. It's very scary. This is the first time I've seen it." At that moment, the entire 6th grade region felt that oppressive feeling. It was too terrifying. Fang Ping did not continue talking about this. He said quickly, "Feng Qing and Mu Daoyu are not dead. The Monster Plant's Royal Court still has 1 middle stage and 2 early stage." After saying that, Fang Ping looked at Yao Qingjun and said, "I'll leave the 2 early stage ones to you. You want to kill me? Not bad." Fang Ping nodded and said with a straight face, "At this point, if we don't kill them forcefully, they won't split up again, and I don't have any more origin energy to burst." As he said that, Fang Ping looked at Jiang Hao and said, "You deal with the middle stage one. Also, if the Monster Life Royal Court intervenes, you deal with the rest." Jiang Hao looked at him for a moment before saying, "Are you sure?" "Yes." "That saber?" "Yes." Fan Ping's words implied that he wanted to deal with 2 upper stage rank 7 powerhouses. Jiang Hao frowned. "You're crazy. I've seen that saber of yours. Although it's very strong, it might not be able to kill an upper stage rank 7, much less 2 people." "I know, I'll give it a try. Even if he couldn't kill them, he could at least heavily injure them. Once you're severely injured by me, you'll lose your upper stage rank 7 strength. Then we'll slowly grind you down. Let's see who can grind the other to death." Jiang Hao said with a smile. "I don't care. If you insist on trying, then give it a try. If you die, we'll leave." Of course. Fan Ping had no objections. If he was really killed, they would die even if they did not run. In the air, Feng Qing and the others no longer searched for Fan Ping. Instead, they flew toward the entrance. "Guard the exit." Feng Qing's face was ashen as he uttered those words. Previously, they were besieging Fan Ping to kill him. Now, they could no longer do so. With half of their men gone, it was difficult to surround Fan Ping. Now, he could only wait at the entrance, and wait for Fan Ping and the others to come. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky far away. "Fan Ping." Feng Qing's figure disappeared in a flash, charging toward Fan Ping rapidly. Mu Daoyu followed closely behind. Just as the others were about to follow, Jiang Hao appeared on the other side and said with a gentle smile, "Feng Yu, you guys are mine." "Humph. Hu Lei, you guys better not interfere or else." Jiang Hao chuckled. "Good luck then." On the other side, Yao Qingjun did not say a word. He pointed his spear at the few beginner martial artists with a cold expression. The captains of the Fei Life Royal Court glanced at Ji Yao. Now, the resurrected martial artist had appeared out in the open to block the road. In front of him, 2 upper stage rank 7 martial artists were going to surround and kill Fan Ping, yet the other party did not run. What did this mean? Ji Yao's expression changed again. No one knew what she was thinking. How did Commander Ibidwa die? I don't know. These people might have a trump card that could kill a high-level commander. Now that they had appeared openly, did that mean that they were certain of victory? Glancing at the 3 commanders beside her, Ji Yao suddenly said, "Let's go to the entrance." While they were still fighting, leave this place. Before this, she had already wanted to leave. It was Fan Ping who forced her to cooperate with Feng Qing and the others. Now, the situation was not clear. It was ridiculous. 2 upper stage commanders were surrounding and killing a general, and she actually felt that the situation was not clear. It was really ridiculous. But at this time, Ji Yao thought so. The other party had too many tricks, so many that her scalp was a little numb. Just as Ji Yao was about to leave, Fan Ping laughed loudly in the distance. "Ji Yao! You guys go first. I don't need you guys." "Huh!" Ji Yao's expression changed. Feng Qing shouted, "You're still playing tricks when you're at death's door!" At this moment, Fan Ping actually did not run. This also surprised Feng Qing and Feng Qing. Fan Ping laughed loudly and said, "Let Commander Ibidwa guard the entrance. When I kill them later, don't let anyone escape." "You!" Ji Yao was furious. Feng Qing suddenly turned around and said, "Your Highness Ji Yao, you guys can leave. We won't take this kind of childish method of sowing discord seriously." Although he said that, Feng Qing still let them leave. At this time, when Fan Ping said this, he remembered. Previously, Ji Yao said that Ibidwa was missing, but she did not say that he had fallen. Was Ibidwa dead or not? If he was not dead, where did he go? Although he did not quite believe what Fan Ping said, if Ibidwa, Ji Yao, and the others suddenly intervened during the battle and counterattacked, would they not fall short of success? Now that Fan Ping had been blocked, Ji Yao's people did not need. Regardless of whether there was a problem between the 2 sides, as long as Ji Yao and the others left and came again, there would be a problem. Ji Yao's expression was ugly. She said coldly, "Feng Qing, don't listen to his nonsense. Since you don't believe me, I'll leave. Be careful of them. Commander Ibidwa chased them before and never returned. You guys be careful." After saying this, Ji Yao quickly left with her people. In the distance, Fang Ping laughed again. "Ji Yao, what are you afraid of now? Wait to celebrate for me. The Martial King has agreed to the marriage between you and me. From now on, the catacombs will belong to you. I hope that you and I will be together forever, and there will be no more wars." Fang Ping. Ji Yao stopped, looked at him coldly, and shouted sternly, "Don't force me." "Understood, understood. Be careful of the fish that slipped through the net." Fang Ping laughed. At this time, he was already surrounded by 2 upper-stage rank 7 martial artists. At this time, Feng Qing and Feng Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's see how you can run now." As for what Fang Ping said, 90% of it could not be trusted. The remaining 10% could be considered after killing him. They were not stupid. If there was a conspiracy, did it need to be said here? As if he knew what they were thinking, Fang Ping did not panic at this moment. He smiled and said, "Dead people can't reveal secrets. Both of you, today I'll send you off. I hope you have a safe journey." After saying that, Fang Ping roared. The Chandao in his hand instantly erupted with a strong golden glow. Fang Ping broke through the air, taking the initiative to attack Feng Qing for the first time. Courting death. A divine weapon appeared in Feng Qing's hand out of thin air, a long halberd similar to Feng Yexing's. However, this long halberd, in Feng Qing's hand, erupted with an extremely strong power. Fang Ping had collected a large number of divine weapons, but there were not many people who could really unleash the power of a divine weapon. Even some rank 7 martial artists could not do it. This time, Feng Qing let Fang Ping witness the power of a divine weapon. Feng Qing's materialization appeared instantly, merging into the divine weapon. Then, the long halberd seemed to come alive. A towering monster plant appeared out of thin air, like a living thing, replacing the divine weapon. This monster plant looked like a cypress tree. As soon as it appeared, it broke through the air and attacked Fang Ping. It took the initiative to attack Fang Ping, as if no one was controlling it. Fang Ping's saber slashed out, as if he had slashed a living thing. The clang. Sound of metal colliding echoed on the tree trunk. The next moment, countless branches broke through the air and lashed at Fang Ping. At this time, Feng Qing also broke through the air with a punch. His body moved along with the punch, attacking Fang Ping. Boom! With an explosive sound, Fang Ping flew backward. Blood burst out of his mouth, and his flesh exploded again. Weak! Weaklings should have the awareness of weaklings. Constantly provoking powerhouses, you should have died long ago. Fang Ping spat out a few pieces of crystallized internal organs and laughed. Very weak indeed. I didn't expect myself to be so weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping's small city exploded behind him. Mu Daoyu, who attacked him silently, took a few steps back. He smiled faintly. This is not bad, but how long can you last? Kill him, then go kill Jiang Hao. All right. Feng Qing and Mu Daoyu conversed. After that, both of them attacked Fang Ping at the same time. The monster plant transformed by the divine weapon, on the other hand, sealed the surrounding void. Feng Qing transformed the divine weapon not to kill Fang Ping with it, but to seal the boundary and prevent Fang Ping from leaving. Fang Ping quickly glanced at the monster plant. Interesting. This was his first time seeing the power of a divine weapon in the truest sense. He could not achieve this if he used a divine weapon. It was not just him. There were very few people who could do it. This needed time. His divine weapon, when it unleashed its greatest power, could only emit the roar of a ferocious beast. It could not achieve this level of transformation. This was related to the strength of one's mentality, as well as how long one could control the divine weapon. I'm not playing with you guys anymore, Fang Ping boasted. He could not afford to play with him. 2 upper stage rank 7s working together could kill him with one move. The next moment, a saber different from the one before appeared in Fang Ping's hand. The new Changdao did not leak any aura at all. It seemed powerless. At this moment, Fang Ping's face was contorted in pain. His body shone with a golden glow, and his flesh and blood were withering. Fang Ping's face looked old all of a sudden. Kill! When Feng Qing saw this, he let out a roar. His fist was wrapped in celestiality, and he punched at Fang Ping. When this punch was punched, strange phenomena appeared in the void. An illusory maple tree appeared out of thin air, just like the Sanjiao Gate. It was like a mirage in another space. When Feng Qing punched, a leaf fell from the maple tree and floated toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping instantly felt the threat of death. Beside him, Mu Daoyu chuckled softly. Fang Ping should be honored to die in their hands. 2 upper stage commanders had used their ultimate moves to kill a general martial artist. This was not a treatment that anyone could enjoy. I want to see if this slash of mine can kill you, Fang Ping roared in his heart. If old Manly could do it, so could he. Feng Qing and Mu Daoyu had sealed himself, and they had also sealed themselves. These two had no intention of leaving. Blood saber technique! Fang Ping roared. At this moment, his essence, spirit, and soul surged into the saber. The small city that had just been condensed collapsed immediately. Like gas, it surged into the Changdao. His flesh exploded completely, and not a single strand of his flesh and blood flowed into the Changdao. Fang Ping could even feel his vitality slipping away. In the void, the Sanjiao Gate appeared. At this moment, the 2 doors that were originally sealed were directly opened. Feng Qing and Mu Daoyu's expressions changed slightly. Without hesitation, they attacked even faster. Slash! As soon as the word slash left his mouth, Fang Ping drew his saber and swept it horizontally. The saber glow erupted. The divine weapon monster plant that was sealing this place was shattered immediately. After a while, it turned back into the original halberd. Its color dimmed, and it fell to the ground. Kagu! Feng Qing and Mu Daoyu roared again and again. A maple leaf and a small tree collided with the saber glow instantly. As for the maple leaf, it shattered in the blink of an eye. The small tree also turned into dust instantly. How can this be? A roar of extreme disbelief was heard. Feng Qing could not believe it. His full-powered move was broken just like that. How is this possible? Similarly, Ji Yao, who was already far away from this place, looked at the sky-piercing saber glow with a face full of disbelief. How could a general-level martial artist unleash an attack like this? Beside her, a chieftain said with a solemn expression, "Life strike." When a resurrected martial artist reaches the end of his life and exhausts everything, he can only unleash this attack. But this attack of his has exceeded his limit. Even if he exhausted everything, logically it should not be this powerful. But Fang Ping did it. Every major force had sword-nurturing techniques and saber-nurturing techniques. It was not something that everyone could cultivate. There was no rank 6 martial artist who would not think about breaking through in rank 6. Instead, they would spend decades thinking about nurturing a saber and sword that could use their lives to slay a rank 7. In this world, he might be able to break through to rank 8. As for Fang Ping, he had the time and energy to do so. He did not spend decades, and nurturing the saber did not take up his time either. Nurturing the saber day and night for more than a month was comparable to the results of others for several years. At this moment, Fang Ping exhausted everything and unleashed this slash. Die! Rumble! Above the firmament, the saber globe pierced a hole in the chaotic energy flow. In midair, Feng Qing and Mu Daoyu's eyes widened. Both of them did not defend. Instead, they joined forces and attacked Fang Ping. If they killed Fang Ping, everything would fall apart on its own. At this moment, Fang Ping's hair was white, his body was broken, and his golden bones had completely dimmed. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The space was shaking. The saber glow was like a scorching sun, flashing and disappearing. The composition of the saber glow was no longer celestiality, nor was it vitality force, but pure destructive force. Feng Qing watched as the fist reached the side of Fang Ping's head. The fist's force even blasted the flesh of Fang Ping's skull. But at this moment, Feng Qing already felt an incomparably huge threat, the crisis of death. Ah! Feng Qing was full of unwillingness. As he roared, a set of armor suddenly appeared on his body. Divine weapon armor! As soon as the armor appeared, the saber glow slashed across. The armor was like a living thing. With a scream, it shattered instantly. However, this also blocked the saber glow for a moment. A blood-red glow flashed across Feng Qing's waist. His entire body was split into two halves, the upper half shooting out. On the other side, Mu Daoyu saw that the saber glow was blocked and was about to escape. A fierce look flashed across Fang Ping's eyes. He growled, "Explode!" The illusory small city appeared again. In the next moment, it exploded. Mu Daoyu fell into a momentary daze. And this moment was enough to take his life. Bang! His head was swept by the saber glow. With an explosive sound, it turned into powder immediately. As for Fang Ping, he felt that he was already dead. He could no longer feel anything. Even his vision had darkened. This slash, what was it for? At this moment, such a thought flashed across his mind. Why did he have to fight them? Even to the point where he might already be dead? So, I can also regret. He regretted it. In the blink of an eye, he thought of many things. When he came in and killed people, it was because he was blinded by wealth. All he thought about was killing people. After that, he insisted on killing Feng Qing and the rest, not for wealth. He was afraid, regretful, and worried. He was afraid that it would really cause a great war between humanity's apex and the catacombs. He wanted to make up for everything. He wanted to kill all these people. Dead men tell no tales. At the end of the day, he was still afraid. He did not want a great battle to break out because of his own greed. If he killed Feng Qing and the rest, perhaps it would be more troublesome. But the trouble was already here. Adding more trouble would be the same. Perhaps, it would develop in a good direction. With dead men telling no tales, no one would really believe that he killed these people. Therefore, this slash that he did not know the outcome was executed. I still want to live. I don't want to die. I'm afraid of death. In the next moment, another thought appeared in Fang Ping's mind. And he remembered that he had swallowed a large amount of life essence and hid it in his abdomen. He hid all his remaining life essence in his abdomen. Life essence! Accompanied by this thought, Fang Ping suddenly felt a clear stream brushing past his body. It was as if he had come back to life. After a moment, Fang Ping opened his eyes. Everything happened in an instant. At this moment, he had not yet fallen from midair to the ground. Not far away, Feng Qing howled in pain. He was not dead yet. Even though he had been cut into two, he was still not dead. Feng Qing moved his upper body with difficulty, crawling to the place where his lower body had fallen. He flashed a hideous smile at Fang Ping. In between the two halves of his body, similarly, a large amount of life essence energy appeared. There was a sizzling sound. His flesh and blood were gluing together. His broken bones were also regenerating. Fang Ping was the same. His broken flesh and blood were regenerating. Fang Ping! You've exceeded my expectations, but you still can't escape death. Feng Qing was a little crazy. Mu Diu was killed. He was almost killed too. He did not expect this at all. He was actually almost killed by a general-level martial artist. No, even if Fang Ping was a rank 7, he did not think that he would almost die here. Fang Ping did not care about him. He quickly checked his own situation. His injuries were extremely serious. His mentality was worse than the last time he was injured by Hui Muking. Last time, at least he retained mentality of more than 100 Hz. This time, it was only a few Hz. He was almost sucked dry. Being injured to this extent, the system's recovery speed was also extremely slow. Fortunately, under the nourishment of life essence, part of his body recovered. Even though Fang Ping's head was splitting, he still endured the pain and struggled to stand up. The rank 8 saber fell to the side. Its color was dim, no longer shiny. Fang Ping picked up the chang now. Without a word, he charged toward Feng Qing, who was still recovering. In the distance, Yao Qingjun let out an angry roar. His long spear shot out a dazzling light, killing an early-stage rank 7 and shattering his materialization directly. Further away, Jiang Hao was also roaring furiously. He had not killed his opponent yet, so he could not help Fang Ping. Feng Qing saw the scene too. His expression changed slightly, but he sneered. It would not be too late to kill Fang Ping first, and then run. Feng Qing healed his upper and lower body while waving his fists and fighting Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not have mentality. His body was also severely injured, but at this moment, he was like a god of war. Feng Qing's fists landed on his body, causing a series of metal explosions. Continue! Today, I'll borrow your head to boost my vitality by 10,000 points. He bombarded Fang Ping. Fang Ping slashed for a while with his saber, then threw it away and hammered the other party with his fists. The divine weapon's power was exhausted. At this moment, it was difficult to even conduct destructive force. He might as well fight with his fists. The two parts of Feng Qing's body had already been glued together. Although it was not as smooth as before, an upper-stage rank 7 martial artist physique was not weak. Earlier, he had used 2 divine weapons consecutively. Under Fang Ping's slashes, his mentality was also heavily injured. He might not be any better than Fang Ping. At this moment, both of them used their physiques. Every punch connected. From underground, they fought in midair, and from midair, they fought underground. The ground cracked. Initially, there was a huge pit in the ground. Now, it was getting bigger. Even the signs of the boundary wall appeared underground. Fang Ping became more and more courageous as he fought. His body shone with golden light. His previously dimmed golden bones were also starting to recover. Feng Qing's expression changed drastically. He roared, "Life Extinguisher!" He remembered now. Feng Life Extinguisher was still here. Feng Miexing had not been targeted before, but now that a quasi-commander had appeared, he might be able to change the situation. "Stop yelling. He ran away a long time ago," Fang Ping sneered. Feng Miexing ran away the moment he made his move. Although Fang Ping saw it, he was powerless to stop it. He did not know if that fellow was scared out of his wits. Fang Ping had initially planned to kill everyone. Now that Feng Miexing had run away, perhaps he had gone out. Fang Ping's expression darkened at the thought. However, Fang Ping snorted softly in his heart. "Fine, let's run then. When the time comes, I'll throw the blame to him. Everyone's dead except for him. No, I'll throw the blame to him and Ji Yao. There's something going on between the two of them. They purposely killed Feng Qing and supported Feng Miexing in order to make him the heir to the throne. From beginning to end, the King battlefield had been a play between the two of them, a self-directed and self-acted play. Does anyone believe it?" Fang Ping did not know if anyone would believe him. There were many loopholes, but now that things had come to this, he might as well give it a try. Now that the Feng clan had an heir to the throne, it would be difficult to produce a second one. Feng Miexing had a motive to kill Feng Qing. A paragon did not have the means to support 2 descendants to fight for the throne. This was what Jiang Hao had told him. When he thought about this, Fang Ping felt that his golden body was becoming more and more brilliant. "Come on, continue!" Fang Ping laughed. His vitality seemed to be reaching the limit of 10,000 cal. The gate of life had not been closed yet, but his vitality was already reaching the limit. If this continued, what kind of changes would occur? Very soon, Fang Ping knew what kind of changes would occur. Just as Feng Qing's fist was about to land on Fang Ping again, Fang Ping suddenly felt himself transforming. Roar! Fang Ping roared like a wild beast. The flesh on his body, which was originally a little red, turned completely golden in the blink of an eye. Golden body! A real golden body. No, there's still one last bit left. My skull and bone marrow haven't been honed. Fang Ping felt the transformation of his body. Right now, if there was anyone who could compare him, it would be Old Man Li's state after he had recovered in gigantic Willow City. Bang bang bang. At this time, Feng Qing, who could still shatter Fang Ping's flesh earlier, attacked Fang Ping again. However, it was as if he had hit a steel wall, and he took a few steps back. Seeing this, Feng Qing's expression changed drastically. Without another word, he turned around and ran. Where are you going? Go to hell! Fang Ping roared. On his fist, destructive force gushed out instantly, and he punched. Boom! With a loud explosion, Feng Qing, who had already escaped, was blasted into pieces by the golden glow. So powerful! Fang Ping hammered his own chest. As if hammering a leather drum, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. Is this a real golden body? No, the internal organs are not yet, and neither is the skull and bone marrow. There's still one last bit left. There's still one last bit left. At this moment, Fang Ping lifted his head and glanced at the Sanjiao gate floating in the air. The two gates that were opened earlier had already closed up once again. As for the third gate of life, under Fang Ping's soaring vitality, that gate was actually closing up automatically. Interesting. This is too interesting. If that's the case, even if I don't cultivate and don't seal the gate, the strength of my vitality force is enough to break through the gate and seal itself? No, it's not vitality force, it's my vitality. My vitality is too strong. It's almost like I've forged a golden body. Such vitality is extremely powerful. My vitality is so powerful that it's going to close the gate of life automatically? Fang Ping found it a little unbelievable. His vitality had just reached 10,000 cal. After reaching 10,000 cal, it was as if he had broken through a limit. Everything was different. If the gate of life closes, will I enter rank 7 directly, or rank 8? No, my mentality is still a little lacking. It hasn't reached that stage yet. Then, will I still be rank 7? A rank 7 with a golden body? Then won't I be the second Old Man Li? Maybe I'll be stronger than he was back then. He didn't have materialized mentality. At this moment, Fang Ping suspected that if he closed the gate of life, it would be comparable to Old Man Li, who did not have myriad Dao unification on the day of the Grandmaster banquet. Back then, Old Man Li could enter the rank 8 ranking, even if he was the weakest. However, he, Fang Ping, should also possess this kind of ability. Maybe I'm not a match for Old Man Qin, the number 1 rank 7 at that time, but I'm afraid there aren't many rank 7s who can be my opponent. Gate of Life. Fang Ping took another look at the gate of life suspended in the sky. This gate was closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, I can close the gate on my own. Just as Fang Ping was still staring at the gate, a roar came from afar. Then, 2 earth-shattering explosions sounded. In the next moment, Yao Qingjun and Jiang Hao came, bathed in blood. When he saw that Fang Ping was the only one left in the pit, Jiang Hao laughed heartily. Amazing! Really amazing! You actually killed 2 upper stage rank 7. Unbelievable! Fang Ping lifted his head and smiled. It's nothing. Instructor Li killed a rank 8 with 1 slash back then. I, Fang Ping, am still a step away. What a pity! Invincible among peers. I'm still a step away. Compared to the real invincible powerhouse, Li Changxing, I'm still a step away. That was a heaven-defying powerhouse who killed a rank 8 at rank 6. It was only at this moment that Fang Ping could understand how freakish Li Changxing was. He, Fang Ping, had cast golden bones, perfected golden body, materialized mentality, rank 8 divine weapon, it could be said that he had done everything he could. However, he was not confident that he could kill a rank 8. No, he could not kill a rank 8. That old man, on the other hand, relied on an alloy weapon and killed a rank 8 powerhouse. Even if someone else was involved, Li Changxing was still freakish to the point that Fang Ping was shocked. Li Jining took a liking to old man Li, even prepared to make him his successor, even sending him the origin unique technique. At this moment, Fang Ping really understood. That day when old man Li united all paths, Wu Quishan was heartbroken. Fang Ping could understand now. That kind of freak, once he grew into a top-notch powerhouse in the future, he might be another battle king, or even stronger. Old man. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Without really fighting with powerhouses, it was really impossible to understand all this. In the past, in Fang Ping's eyes, a rank 6 killing a rank 8 was just a thought. Today, after killing 2 upper stage rank 7, Fang Ping completely understood. I'm not as good as him. He was ashamed of his own inferiority. Fang Ping's expression revealed a strange expression. However, even if old man Li did not say it, Fang Ping knew some of the reasons why. Maybe it was also because of him. In the past, Mcmu lacked high-end combat strength. The rank 8 Wu Quishan could no longer ensure his smooth growth. Only rank 9 combat strength, or even stronger, could do it. 10,000 Paths United. I must find the 10,000 Paths United cultivation method from the ancient martial arts era. A real freak can't just die like this, and he died because of me. Even if old man Li was not a freak, Fang Ping still could not watch him die. In the next moment, Fang Ping picked up the halberd that Feng Qing dropped, put away his rank 8 Chao Nao, and shouted, Go to the entrance and chase after Feng extermination. If he runs away, we'll come back to explore the ruins. His goal was none other than the cultivation method. Everything else was nothing. Even if it was mentality without a source, vitality force, treasures of heaven and earth, those were nothing. He was about to automatically close the door of life. These were not important. What was important was the cultivation method. The 10,000 Paths United cultivation method. Whether he could find it or not, he would look for it first. Genius in a second, remember this site's address. Mobile version M. Chapter 592. Fang Ping and the others chased after them at an extremely fast speed. After rushing to the entrance, Fang Ping probed for a while and frowned slightly. Ji Yao and the others have gone out. Yes. Everyone sensed the remnant auras of Ji Yao's group. They were at the entrance. Where's Feng extermination? I don't know. Fang Ping continued. I don't think he went out. He's not that fast. He might not dare to come out because I said that Yi Bai Duo is guarding this place. As soon as he said that, Yao Qingjun and his companion remembered something. Indeed, Fang Ping had said this before. If Feng Yexing was frightened, he might not dare to walk out of the entrance. It was very likely that Feng Yexing was still at the sovereign battlefield, but he was hiding. Seeing this, Yao Qingjun said, I'll stand guard here. Fang Ping, go look for the ruins. Fang Ping nodded slightly, then said, If we meet Feng extermination, kill him. If I can't meet him, then there's no need to care too much about it. Now that things have come to this, it's already a foregone conclusion. If I really can't avoid it, then I'll just exile myself. Having said that, Fang Ping leaped into the air, shouting, I'll go look for it. Now I can do whatever I want in this area. At this moment, he really could do whatever he wanted. Even if his mentality had not recovered, Fang Ping's physique was so strong that he felt that even if he encountered a living Feng Qing now, he might still be able to put up a fight. The enemy had to break through his golden body first. Fang Ping left and began to explore this territory for real. Jiang Hao also left. He wasn't going to go this way. He was going to find a weak point in the realm wall and see if he could break it and leave through the rank 7 region. He was even prepared to deny that he had ever been to the rank 6 region. It's nothing. Anyway, Those who saw me were all killed. Apart from the people of the Demon Life Royal Court. But if those guys said that he had been here, did he really come here? What a joke! Yao Qingjun, on the other hand, stood guard at the entrance. He still wanted to see if he could block Feng extermination. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility that Feng Miexing would find a weak point in the realm wall and leave through the rank 7 region. At this moment, Fang Ping was searching for the ruins while taking inventory of his gains this time. In the storage space, there were a total of 104 7th-grade divine weapons. There were 2 rank 8 divine weapons. One was Huaimuqing's sword, and the other was Feng Qing's halberd. As for Mu Daoyu, he had been directly shattered, leaving nothing behind. Unfortunately, Feng Qing's divine weapon armor was also shattered by the saber strike. It was unknown if it was completely destroyed or if it was absorbed into the Sanjiao Gate by Feng Qing. In any case, it was gone. Of the 106 divine weapons, Old Wang and Tai Tu each had 14 divine weapons, while Yao Qingjun had 16. The rest belonged to Fang Ping. As for Jiang Hao's contribution in the later stages, Fang Ping did not ask for the spoils of war. That means I have 2 8th-grade divine weapons and 60 7th-grade divine weapons. Only now did Fang Ping realize how much he had gained. The god weapon was only one of them. Other than Lao Wang and the other 2, he still had 9 other accessories of different sizes. He had also collected quite a lot of rank 8 and rank 9 inner armor, along with some life essence, energy stones, and other miscellaneous items. Fang Ping did a rough calculation. Excluding Old Wang and the others, his harvest this time was definitely more than 1 trillion. Before he came in, he already had more than 500 billion wealth points. In total, it was more than 1.5 trillion. However, he spent it quickly. He kept self-detonating and recovering his mentality, as well as the destructive force that consumed more resources in the later stages. The consumption was huge. Other than that, he had also used up all his life essence. I originally had more than 10 caddies of life essence, but I've spent all of it. It's a huge loss. Fang Ping calculated for a while and felt that it was quite worth it. Without life essence, he might not have been able to forge a golden body. Resources were meant to be spent. At this moment, Fang Ping looked at his data again, his face full of smiles. Wealth, 128 million points. Vitality, 10,000 calories, 10,000 calories plus. Mentality, 35 Hz, 1,525 Hz plus. Destructive force? Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%. Storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus. Energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus. Aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus. Interesting, no more conversion. Also, vitality and mentality can be forcefully increased again. Fang Ping looked at it for a while, feeling that it was very interesting. Especially that the word conversion disappeared, not because of the system upgrade. If that's the case, I can actually condense celestiality on my own now, without the need for conversion? Fang Ping had a judgment. It should be like this. Unfortunately, his mentality was heavily damaged now, so he could not test it. Otherwise, he could try it. It should be possible, otherwise the system would not have cancelled it. As expected, celestiality has never appeared in the attribute pain. It's actually a kind of transitional power. Fang Ping looked for a while and began to search around. Ruins. Now, he needed the ruins and needed to find cultivation methods, although the possibility was not very high. The rank 6 territory had been explored by people for so many years. If there really were cultivation methods, it was impossible that everyone had found nothing. This was a battlefield back then. Those who brought cultivation methods to the battlefield were idiots. Among Fang Ping and the others, who would bring cultivation methods to the battlefield? If that was not idiotic, then what was? However, Fang Ping still hoped to find some clues. These human martial artists who died here, where did they come from? Did they really come from the bounded domain? If they did, then the bounded domain was their lair. They would not bring their cultivation methods with them, but their lair would not have no cultivation methods. Without enemies, Fang Ping focused on searching for the ruins. His speed was also extremely fast, and very soon, he found a ruin. Unfortunately, after Fang Ping forcefully attacked for a while, the ruins did not let him enter. This made Fang Ping very dissatisfied. Of course, Fang Ping had a way to be dissatisfied. He changed his aura a little. These fellows who had died for God knows how many years, how could they be his opponent? In the end, when he went in, Fang Ping was greatly disappointed. It was a skeleton that shone with golden light. There was no materialization like what Old Jiao said, and there was no power inheritance. This skeleton should have the strength of a rank 9 when it was alive. Unfortunately, many years had passed now, and the origin had long dissipated, leaving only the skeleton. This kind of skeleton was not worth much, at most it was similar to Tai Mu's skeleton back then. However, it was not that he really did not gain anything. The other party actually left a divine weapon. He did not keep it in the Sanjiao Gate beforehand, it must have been specially left for future generations. A divine weapon that was already extremely dim. No, it was not a divine weapon. Fang Ping judged, it should be the kind of weapon that the catacombs martial artists used to use. It did not have the activity of a divine weapon, but the material was comparable to the strength of a rank 8 divine weapon, even slightly better than the material of a rank 8 divine weapon. Pauper! Fang Ping kept the weapon cursing. He also collected the dead fellow's corpse at the same time. No matter what, it was still a rank 9 powerhouse's skeleton, it was still valuable. After Fang Ping discovered the first ruin, it was more difficult to find the second one. The terrain of this broken place was constantly changing. Sometimes, Fang Ping could even encounter areas that he had explored before, which made him feel very helpless. However, after spending most of the day, Fang Ping flew thousands of miles in the air and still found another ruin. This time, it was a human's ruin. The second ruin let Fang Ping enter automatically. This time, Fang Ping was not as barbaric as before. This time, in the damaged temple, there was also a golden skeleton. Fang Ping bowed slightly to show his respect. This was the skeleton of a human powerhouse. Whether it was good or bad in the past, or the reason for the battle, it was still a martial artist of the previous generation. Perhaps, back then, it was an ancient cultivation method that everyone knew and did not treat as a treasure. This person did not leave behind a cultivation method either. Not even a weapon! Nothing was left behind. Fang Ping was initially a little disappointed, but very soon, Fang Ping realized that he was wrong. He found a treasure. This human ancestor really left behind a treasure, and it was a very unexpected treasure. It was a jade pendant. Held in the dead man's hand, Fang Ping initially thought it was an accessory that he always wore, but in the next moment, Fang Ping's expression changed. Storage ring. No, storage jade pendant! When Fang Ping's mentality detected that the jade pendant carried a small space, Fang Ping was shocked. This is a storage equipment. Human martial artists really have this, and they had it a long time ago. Back then, there should have been a lot of storage equipment, right? Fang Ping did not know. He did not seem to have heard of anyone finding storage equipment here. Maybe he was really lucky, or maybe others found it but did not mention it. After all, to martial artists, this thing was a priceless treasure. The storage space of the jade pendant was not big, only about 1 cubic meter. To Fang Ping, it was really very, very small. However, if he brought this thing outside, rank 9s would probably fight for it. Good stuff. I didn't expect. With the storage jade pendant, it would not be completely empty. Fang Ping found energy stones inside, and some bottles and jars of pills. As for what the pills were used for, he did not know. Most likely, they were used to restore strength. However, he did not know how long these things had been here, and he did not know if they could still be used. Besides these, there was one last thing that made Fang Ping's pupils shrink slightly. A token! A simple and heavy token. Fang Ping hurriedly manipulated his mentality and took out the token. He found a problem. This storage jade pendant seemed to only be used by martial artists who could expel mentality. Of course, this had nothing to do with him. Martial artists could use it when they achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Fang Ping did not care about this. He took out the token and studied it for a moment. The token was very heavy. The material was a little like the material of the mentality prohibition accessory. Fang Ping sensed it carefully and confirmed that it was indeed made of that material. The ancients were so rich. They actually used this to make a token. No, maybe this thing was not valuable at all back then. That broken stone was this. This should really be related to the bounded domain. Fang Ping studied it for a moment. There was very little content on the token. There were some cloud-shaped decorations printed on the sides. 2 ancient characters were carved on both sides of the token. Since the last time in the bounded domain, Fang Ping was illiterate for a while. Later on, he also learned to analyze some ancient characters by himself. This side should be yang. On one side of the token, Fang Ping judged that it should be the word yang. He did not know if it was the name of the dead rank 9 or something else. On the other side, Fang Ping studied it for a long time. He could roughly confirm that it was the word Lu. Lu Yang? Is this senior's name? Fang Ping was not too sure. There was too little information left on one token. However, there were humans who had obtained tokens before. Maybe he could find out something when he went back and asked. Didn't John Ping say that it was very difficult to obtain? I've only entered the second ruins, and I've already obtained it. This is too easy. Fang Ping was very gloomy. John Ping had exaggerated. Little did he know that it would have been impossible for him to explore the ruins everywhere with such fanfare in the past. Entering 2 ruins was more like a dream for human rank 6 martial artists. Most martial artists would be lucky if they could find one ruin. Moreover, they would not encounter it in the first time. Many people could not encounter it at all the first time. They only came to familiarize themselves with the environment. Second time, third time, during this period, many martial artists would stay here for 1 or 2 years. There were those who stayed for 3 years and above. Many of the old people who stayed here before had stayed for more than 3 years. Not many humans stayed here for 3 years. This was because at that time, martial artists who were so unlucky that they had not broken through would not dare to enter alone. The point is, these things can help me break through quickly, can they? Fang Ping was actually not interested in breaking through. He wanted to break through now. If he went into closed-door cultivation for 8 to 10 days, the door of life would probably close. Even if he did not use it, if he brought some good stuff back, he might be able to help others achieve rank 7 quickly. I wonder if the pills in the storage space can help people break through. Maybe the pills of ancient martial artists are good stuff? Fang Ping glanced at them. There were about 10 bottles and jars. He did not know how ancient martial artists refined pills and what the materials were. He could only try using them after he went back and tested them. After collecting the remains of this senior who might have been called Lu Yang, Fang Ping began to search for the ruins. The feeling of not having enemies was great. Along the way, Fang Ping encountered a crazy early-stage rank 7 monster beast. As a result, Fang Ping punched it to pieces with his bare hands. In the end, it was hammered to death by Fang Ping. This time, Fang Ping was even more pleased. If he did not consider the troubles outside, he had gained a lot this time. Although he did not break through rank 7, it was not a big deal. A large number of divine weapons, a large number of other gains, as well as a storage jade pendant and a token, these things might even make the Paragon jealous. Searching for the ruins was not that easy. Many of the ruins had been explored long ago. The rank 6 region had been explored for many years. The people who came in were also the most. There were not as many good things here as before. If he really wanted to find good things, he should actually go to the rank 9 region. There were the least people there. It was the closest to the core area of the Great War. There were also some huge, well-preserved palaces. However, thinking of the troubles outside and the martial artists from other regions, Fan Ping finally gave up the idea of crossing regions. Next time. I hope I have the chance to come next time. Fan Ping felt a little regretful. If he could not get rid of the blame this time, there would not be a next time. However, if he did get rid of it, he could come here again in the future. However, it was not that Fan Ping did not gain anything. After spending a day, Fan Ping found the third ruin. Here, Fan Ping also discovered something different. This senior had left behind a few words on the wall before he died. However, Fan Ping did not really recognize many of the words. After erasing the writing, Fan Ping memorized these words. He was ready to go back and check to see what they meant. Other than the words left behind, Fan Ping also found something different about the remains of the second human senior. Vitality was soaring. Even though he had been dead for many years, the other party's flesh was still extremely strong. There was also a large amount of vitality left. People in the past probably used this vitality to seal the Sanjiao Gate. Fan Ping sensed for a while. This was probably the sourceless vitality that Yao Qingjun mentioned. When he got closer to the corpse, that powerful vitality kept attacking his gate of life. Fan Ping could almost feel his gate of life closing quickly. The opportunities left behind by these seniors might not have been left behind specifically for rank 6 martial artists. It could only be said that by coincidence, their remaining energy could help rank 6 martial artists to speed up their cultivation. Maybe they had no intention of leaving any opportunities at all back then. In a great war, there are no opportunities to speak of. I'm afraid that these seniors were only hoping that someone from the future would be able to bring their remains back. Where did you guys come from? Are you really martial artists from the land of boundaries? Then why did you join this war? Are your opponents the Catacombs 2 Kings? The token is the land of boundaries pass. Did you guys come from different land of boundaries? The periphery of the king battlefield is where rank 9 fights. What about the depths? Absolute peak? Or above the absolute peak? Fan Ping looked into the distance. In front of him was the boundary wall. Opposite him was the rank 7 region. He wanted to see through everything. What was this place? Who was fighting against whom? The fog is thick, but I can already feel some things. Some things from the ancient martial era are also being revealed to me. The absolute peak should know more things. Sooner or later, I will know too. Are the Catacombs 2 Kings really in deep sleep here? Or they have fallen long ago, and the inner area is just their mausoleum? This is just a battlefield, or the 2 Kings' old lair, and the humans' old lair should be the land of boundaries. The land of boundaries surrounds the restricted area. Is it a protection or a blockade? At this moment, Fan Ping recalled the conversation he had with Iron Head in the land of boundaries. The 108 realms might not be a protection of the celestial court. He was just talking nonsense. Fan Ping was a little suspicious. Did these 108 realms exist to seal off the restricted area? They surrounded the restricted area, trapping the restricted area martial artists in it. Imperial Sea Mountain. Was it really built by the Catacombs martial artists? At this moment, Fan Ping once again had a horrifying thought. Imperial Sea Mountain was said to protect the restricted area from being eroded by the Forbidden Sea. But was that really the case? Could it be like now, the humans' absolute peak guarding was actually to surround the restricted area? The Grand Canyon of Imperial Sea Mountain doesn't seem to be far from the land of boundaries. Maybe the martial artists of the land of boundaries are guarding the Grand Canyon, not letting the people in the restricted area out? The restricted area that covers an area of more than 6 billion square kilometers, could it be just a cage? Fan Ping was scared by his own thoughts. Imperial Sea Mountain was not a fortification at all. It was a wall that stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, imprisoning everything in the restricted area inside. It can't be? Fan Ping was scared by his own horrifying thought. Who would use a place that was 10 times the surface area of the earth as a cage? Who was imprisoned in the cage? Catacombs martial artists? Extremely powerful catacombs martial artists. Human powerhouses were building the land of boundaries on the periphery. These people were prison guards. I can't think about it anymore. I'm going crazy if I think about it anymore. Fan Ping dared not think about it anymore, and he did not want to think about it anymore. The land of kings battleground. Could it be a battle between the jailbreakers and the guardians? Why did it sound so ridiculous? Even if it was a jailbreak, the battlefield should be outside, right? Could it be that before they could escape, they were discovered by the prison guards, and they came here to encircle these jailbreakers? I'm not thinking about it anymore. I'm not thinking about it anymore. Why do I care about these things? I don't care about them. They'd been dead for God knows how many years anyway. Fan Ping kept the remains of the second human powerhouse. He was prepared to bring it back and let the others try and see if they could seal the Sanjiao Gate quickly. As for him, Fan Ping decided not to break through here. If he broke through, when he reached rank 7 or 8, would it not prove that he had the ability to kill people? Moreover, if he broke through here, would he break through in front of the crazy monsters? If he could go back, naturally, he would go to his favorite place to break through and enjoy the cheers of the crowd. Just look at old Yao. He knew that even if he broke through in this godforsaken place, no one would care about him. It's time to go out. Otherwise, I don't know how that woman, Ji Yao, will accuse me. I have to think about how to refute her, how to prove that she and Feng Yexing collaborated to do such a shocking thing. Ji Yao, you're so cruel! In order to control the Monster Plants dynasty, you actually killed so many of their geniuses, just so that Feng Yexing would have no competitors and take over. She's too cruel. Women are indeed a group of people who are the best at acting. Fan Ping convinced himself that all of this was controlled by that woman. What a great show! Let the humans and the Monster Plants dynasty wage war, then take the opportunity to invade the Monster Plants dynasty, unifying the restricted area. This woman wanted to become the queen of the restricted area. As Fan Ping thought about it, he really convinced himself. What great ambition! Fan Ping looked furious. This woman had deceived everyone, the whole world, but she could not hide it from Fan Ping. Genius in a second, remember this site's address. Mobile version. Chapter 593. Outside the King battlefield. A peerless powerhouse stood proudly in the void. A group of rank 9 martial artists blocked the entrance. At the front of the crowd, Ji Yao and a silver-armored expert stood together. On the other side, Feng Jiuqing's face was ashen as he said with some irritation, "They still haven't come out. What happened to Feng Qing and the rest?" Ever since 2 days ago, when Ji Yao's group came out and said that Feng Qing and the others were in the final battle with the revived martial artist, he had yet to see Feng Qing and the others. According to the time, they could not stay in the King Grade battlefield for too long. Feng Qing and the others should be coming out soon. Even if he didn't go through the rank 6 region, he should go through the rank 7 region. But even now, no one had come out. How were Feng Qing and the others? What about those resurrected martial artists? Also, Ji Yao talked about Fan Ping one moment, and Jiang Chao the next. Feng Jiuqing was so angry he was about to vomit blood. Was it Fan Ping or Jiang Chao? Who was Fan Ping? No one from the Heavenly Plants royal court had come out alive. The few who had come out had all been sent in later. She had mentioned Jiang Chao earlier, but now she was talking about Fan Ping. This surprised and angered Feng Jiuqing. These idiots, don't they know who killed them? Right at this moment, the world wall at the entrance rippled. Soon, a few figures appeared. As soon as Yao Qingjun appeared, Ji Yao said coldly, "That person participated in the final battle. I had already left at that time. He was with Fan Ping." Yao Qingjun was not dead. He wasn't dead. That meant too many things. Did Feng Qing and the others die? When Fang Ping and the others were fighting, she brought her people away. The only thing she sensed was Fang Ping's slash. As for the result, she did not know. But now Yao Qingjun had come out, which meant that Feng Qing and the others might be the ones to die. This time, Ji Yao's heart trembled. A warlord martial artist had killed 2 advanced commanders? Was that even possible? Before this, she really did not know if it would be Fengqing's group or Fang Ping's group coming out. Now there was a result. The moment Ji Yao finished speaking, Feng Jiuqing was enraged and reached out to grab Yao Qingjun. "Minister!" Yao Qingjun roared, and the palm that Feng Jiuqing had just extended exploded. "Humph!" In the distance, Zhang Tao stood proudly with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "How audacious! Duke, why, this is the first time. If your people dare to make a move again, then don't blame me for starting a massacre." With the Paragon present, how could a rank 9 have the right to make a move? Even if Feng Jiuqing was not considered weak among the level 9s, and even had the first-generation bloodline of a peerless expert, it was still not enough. Up in the air, King Huai glanced at Feng Jiuqing. At this moment, Feng Jiuqing's arm had exploded, and was unable to recover. He could only remain in his severed state. King Huai glanced at him and said indifferently, "Jiu Cheng, don't be impatient." Were all the descendants of the Maple King this arrogant? In the land of rebirth, King Wu and King Wu were present, yet Feng Jiuqing still dared to make a move. Did he really think that King Maple could protect him? Even if Feng Jiuqing's father was here and King Feng himself was here, he might not dare to make a move in front of King Wu and King Wu. At this moment, Yao Qingjun immediately said, "Minister, they want to silence us." Everyone was slightly taken aback when they heard that. At this moment, Tai Tu, who had followed them out, looked furious and resentful. He glared at Ji Yao, then at Feng Jiuqing, and said sternly, "We didn't die. We came out alive. You guys didn't expect this, did you? Minister, hurry up and save Jiang Chao and Fang Ping." The words of the few of them caused everyone to be shocked. What did they mean? Ji Yao felt a little uneasy. She said coldly, "What are you guys trying to say?" She did not expect that these guys were not dead. Of course, the reason why they did not die in the hands of Feng Qing and the rest was no other reason. As for why they were glaring at her so angrily, Ji Yao thought that these guys were crazy. "Feng Qing hunting you guys down has nothing to do with me." Yao Qingjun ignored Ji Yao. Leading a few people, he walked cautiously to Zhang Tao's side. With a desolate expression, he said quickly, "Minister, Jiang Chao and Fang Ping are still being hunted down. Feng Mieshing is leading a group of people to hunt them down. I don't know if they're in trouble now. Minister, please go and save them." As soon as he said that, a figure appeared beside Zhang Tao. The muscular warlord shouted, "You're saying that they're still hunting that kid of mine?" Yao Qingjun had already guessed his identity. He said immediately, "Feng Mieshing has been hunting us all the way. Jiang Chao and the rest had no choice but to split up with us so that they wouldn't be a burden to us." Warlord's eyes turned cold. He swept his gaze around, snorted coldly, and did not ask any more questions. Zhang Tao frowned slightly too. He said slowly, "You said that they were going to silence them, Minister. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Only Jiang Chao and Fang Ping know about this. Both of them worked together previously. However, we've been being hunted since the beginning of the war between kings." Yao Qingjun's unclear explanation made many people frown. At that moment, the passageway surged again. The next moment, 2 figures appeared. As soon as they appeared, a plump man sprawled on the ground and wailed, "I made it out alive. I'm not dead. Ha ha ha, I'm not dead. Ji Yao, Feng Mieshing, you're dead meat. Patriarch, Patriarch, where are you? Come and save me." Pfft. As he wailed, the fatty vomited blood non-stop. His injuries were severe and he was on the verge of death. Warlord's expression changed slightly when he saw that. He waved his hand and the fatty came to his side. Warlord pressed his palm on him. A moment later, the fatty's body glowed with a golden glow and his injuries were mostly healed. When the fatty saw Warlord, he suddenly hugged his thigh and wailed miserably, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Patriarch, you're here! You're here to save me! Those bastards, kill them all! Patriarch, they want to kill me! They want to kill me!" Sob, sob, sob. Warlord was frustrated and embarrassed at the same time. F***ck, aren't you infamous in the war between kings? Why are you crying like this? Isn't it embarrassing? Do I not want my reputation? The warlord wanted to slap the fatty to death. After holding it in for a moment, he saw that the fellow was still crying. Warlord's gaze was unfriendly as he shouted softly, "Shut up! What's going on?" He had been confused for the past few days. Previously, he had heard that his little fatty was killing people like flies. Although he found it troublesome, he still felt pretty good about it. Later, when the people from the Monster Life Royal Court came out, they said that Fang Ping was the one who killed them. It made him a little confused about the situation. Now that he saw his infamous descendant crying like a fool, the War King felt a headache coming on. Was there really a mistake? Could this fatty kill the Monster Plant clan and make them flee in fear? At this time, not far away, King Huai frowned slightly and said, "Warlord, this is..." The warlord snorted and ignored him. Jiang Tao said lightly, "This is the warlord's descendant, Jiang Chao." Jiang Chao. Everyone fell silent. In the air, the other paragons also fell into complete silence. The next moment, everyone looked at Feng Jiuqing. F***ck, are you kidding me? This guy killed the Monster Life Royal Court and even a bunch of commanders-in-chief? Are you bullying us because we can't get in and we don't know anything? At this time, in the air, a paragon shouted coldly, "This person is Jiang Chao?" At this time, the dynasty disciples who came out earlier had not left. Someone glanced at Fatty and said softly after a while, "That, we're not too sure either, bastard." A paragon was furious. "You don't know either? What do you mean?" Another paragon shouted, "Didn't you say you were killed by Jiang Chao? Why don't you know? The person who killed us was wearing a helmet, his face was damaged, bastard. As generals, how can you not tell the truth from the lies? Look again." Everyone looked at Fatty. Fatty was furious. His tears had not dried yet as he continued to hug the warlord's thigh and scolded, "Look at your grandpa, I don't even know you. Who the F***ck killed you? Stop talking nonsense with me. Do you think I have no backing? Old ancestor, these bastards." He was still scolding when Fang Ping, who had also come out, said, "Jiang Chao, I'm afraid they were also deceived. Don't make enemies for us." Only then did Jiang Chao shut his mouth, still mumbling, "I'm just angry." As he said that, he sobbed again and said angrily, "Old ancestor, you must help me this time, especially this witch. You must kill her, shut up." The warlord could not stand it any more and scolded. Beside him, Jiang Tao's eyes moved slightly. He looked at Fang Ping and said softly, "Fang Ping, what happened? Tell me clearly." Someone said Jiang Chao. "Then it was you. In the Imperial battleground, you slaughtered everyone for no reason, that's him. He's Jiang Chao, and also Fang Ping." While Jia was talking, Fatty interrupted and scolded, "F***ck, I'm Jiang Chao. Don't you know me? Pretending to be like this, trying to deceive people. B***tch, you're finished this time." Jia was so angry that her face turned white. At this time, Fang Ping said hurriedly, "Minister, this matter is very complicated. Jiang Chao and I accidentally found out a top secret. Ever since we entered the Imperial battleground, we've been hunted. As for the slaughter you mentioned," Fang Ping said bitterly, "it's already a blessing that we were able to escape. It was only because they kept on killing each other that we had the chance to escape." As soon as he said that, a few more paragons descended from the sky. Someone looked at Fang Ping, then at Jiang Chao. Suddenly he said, Madonna, come out. At this time, a young man walked out from the crowd. The old man looked at the young man and said, Were they the ones who attacked the Moto dynasty that day? Madonna looked at Fang Ping, then at Fatty. After a while, he looked at Fang Ping again, frowning slightly. He said, Their figures are a little similar. The old man shouted, Martial artists forge their bones. What can you see from their figures? Is it vitality force? As soon as he said that, Ji Yao suddenly thought of something. She said immediately, They can change their aura. Fang Ping looked at her blankly. Then, he sneered and said, Vixen, how dare you make up such a lie? Do you really think that we're all fools? This time, I'll expose your true colors. Having said that, Fang Ping said hurriedly, Minister, you must be careful. She might kill you to silence you. If the monster life dynasty's paragons attack us, we... Zhang Tao said coldly. Then let's see if they can kill someone in front of me. Beside him, Warlord also said angrily, Do you really think we don't dare to fight? If you make me angry, then let's try it. Both paragons looked furious. They stared at one person in the sky. That was the Monster Life Dynasty's paragon's powerhouse. On the other side, Feng Jiuqing did not manage to recover his broken arm. At this moment, his face was also full of anger. He said coldly, They can indeed change their aura. Everyone looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping looked angry. He gritted his teeth and said, If you want to blame someone, you can always find a pretext. Besides, don't even think about running. As he said that, Fang Ping looked at the young man from the Moto dynasty. Suddenly, his vitality skyrocketed. He asked, Have we really met before? Madonna looked at him. He felt a headache coming on. After a while, he shook his head and said, I don't think so. The figure was a little familiar, but the aura was really not. As for what they said about changing their aura, well, who would believe it if they had not seen it with their own eyes? The only ones who had really seen it were Ji Yao's group and Feng Miexing's group. Now, Feng Miexing's group was all dead. Of course, Feng Miexing was not dead yet. However, this fellow had not come out yet. As soon as Madonna's voice fell, everyone fell silent. At this moment, Fang Ping was afraid that a long delay would bring trouble. Seeing that Ji Yao still wanted to speak, he said immediately, Minister, give me a chance to speak. Having said that, Fang Ping hurriedly looked at the other paragons and said anxiously, Although we humans and the monster plant dynasty are enemies, today doesn't just concern you guys. It also concerns the survival of the land of rebirth. Powerhouses, listen to me. Speak. Minister, after we entered the king's battlefield that day, Jiang Chao and I used the paragon's excrement given by Senior Warlord to hide in a group of monsters. It was also because of this that we found out a top secret. That day, while we were still hiding, someone came close to this place and discussed something important in secret. It was none other than Ji Yao and Feng Miexing. The two of them were discussing nothing else but to kill all the prodigy martial artists of this generation in the Monster Plant Dynasty. Ji Yao said that the Monster Plant Dynasty would support Feng Miexing to become the king's king. The two of them would marry and control the two kings. Not only that, Ji Yao also said that she wanted to kill Feng Qing and the rest. Feng Qing is the most promising youth powerhouse of this generation in the Feng royal family. He has a chance to become the king's king. Be ****, how dare you frame me? Ji Yao was enraged, shouting suddenly. At this moment, Zhang Tao waved his hand, restraining her directly. He said lightly, Whether it's right or wrong, there will be a public opinion. Let Fang Ping finish speaking first. Everyone, just listen. You have your own judgment. At this moment, the Monster Plant Dynasty paragon in the air had also landed on the ground. He wanted to speak but did not say anything in the end. Seeing that, Fang Ping said quickly, The two of them discussed to put on a show. Ji Yao said that she would go after Feng Miexing and the rest, pretending to be enemies. She even secretly sent people to kill a group of people, luring Feng Qing and the rest into the rank 6 region. At that time we heard this. Fatty accidentally exposed his aura and was discovered by the two of them. Then they started chasing us all the way. What happened after that, we also heard a little. They pretended to be us to kill people. However, they probably weren't too clear about our identities before. They might have made a mistake. After chasing us for a while, our identities were exposed, and that's what Ji Yao said. Minister, this woman is very ambitious. She didn't just want to kill Feng Qing and the rest. She didn't just want to kill prodigies below 30 years old. She had other plans. She wanted to kill all the heirs to the monster plant dynasty's throne. In the end, Feng Miexing is still alive. He will be the only heir. She also wanted to frame us and lure us into a decisive battle with the monster plant dynasty. Once a large number of paragons fall, she can bring people to invade and control the monster plant dynasty, unify the restricted area, and even invade the human world. Minister, after we found out about this, we were constantly being chased and saw many things. Feng Qing was already killed. Many people from the rank 7 region came from the monster plant dynasty. After killing Feng Qing and the rest, Feng Miexing brought the rest of the monster plant dynasty to chase us everywhere. Unfortunately, they misjudged our strength and underestimated our ability to escape. Fatty and I hid in a historical site. My strength had a breakthrough, and I finally got rid of them. Fan Ping had said everything in one breath. He did not even pant. Beside him, Ji Yao's eyes were about to pop out of her head. Nonsense! All of it was nonsense. How could it be possible? She and Feng Miexing teamed up? She was a rank 6 martial artist. Why would she want to unify the restricted area? Did she think that everyone else was stupid and would believe her? Fan Ping! Shameless villain! Ji Yao was about to explode. At this time, the paragons of the monster plant dynasty waved their hands and released Ji Yao's restraints. They said coldly, King Wu, your people's killing has nothing to do with the Heaven Fate Royal Court. Ji Yao, tell me what happened. Ji Yao had been holding it in for a long time. After hearing the words, she immediately repeated everything from beginning to end. Two completely different versions of the story. There was more than one person from the monster plant dynasty who was still alive. The others also stared at Fan Ping with righteous indignation. As for Fan Ping, he was even more indignant. He scolded angrily. Nonsense! You want us to fight the monster plant clan? Dream on. Even if we die, it doesn't matter. Minister, even if we can't prove that this witch is lying, even if you kill us this time, don't let their plot succeed. You said that we killed those people, and there are still many people alive here. If it was us, we even have the ability to kill Feng Qing. Why would we purposely leave people alive for them to identify us? We humans have always been on the defensive. Even if we really wanted to kill, we would purposely kill the people from the dynasties and sects. Before coming, the minister repeatedly reminded us that we can kill the monster plant clan, and that the others should avoid them as much as possible and not clash with them. Our strength is inferior to yours. Why would we do something that would cause public anger? You said that we killed them. Fan Ping looked around and shouted, Are you sure that we killed them? As for the so-called aura change, Fan Ping's face was full of mockery. He sneered. You can even make up such a lie. Ji Yao, you underestimate everyone. Not many people knew that he could change his aura. Many people knew about the two royal courts of Monster Plant and Monster Life. As for the others, they had never seen it with their own eyes. The people from the Monster Plant clan were all dead now. The people from the Monster Life clan were all Ji Yao's accomplices. Behind the crowd, another phoenix-like monster seemed to be moving. Fan Ping said immediately, Oh right, the royal court guardians seem to be involved in this matter too. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I realized later on that the royal court guardian and the Monster Life clan seem to be together. Killing the people from the Monster Plant clan, the royal court guardian also participated. Insolence! At this moment, in the void, a giant monster plant appeared. On the trunk, a human face appeared, staring coldly at Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not utter a word, but his face was full of grief and indignation. He wore an expression that said everything he said was the truth. At this moment, Feng Jiuqing suddenly asked, "Feng Qing is dead?" "Dead? What about extermination?" Fang Ping shook his head. "I don't know. He should still be chasing us inside. There were people guarding the entrance, but when we fought with Feng Qing and the others, they were probably not strong enough. The people at the entrance left, and we were lucky to escape." "Extermination isn't dead yet?" Fang Ping shook his head. "I really don't know. We were on the run at that time, but we didn't see Feng Extermination die. Moreover, I don't think he's dead. If he's dead, how can this witch's scheme succeed?" Ji Yao's face was livid. She said coldly, "Fang Ping, do you think you can clear your name with just this?" Fang Ping humphed. "What crime did I commit? I killed some people from the Monster Plant Clan and the Monster Life Clan. This is not a crime, but a contribution. You guys were chasing me, and I killed some people instead. What crime did I commit? As for the Monster Plant Clan, they have been fighting for many years. Even here, I dare to say that I killed some of their people. I'm only a contribution and not guilty. Ji Yao, do you think I won't admit it? What a joke!" "I did kill people, and I won't deny it. I killed them, and I will admit it. If you guys were not trying to invade my human world, I wouldn't even expose you and acquiesce to all of this. But your mistake is that you wanted to provoke us into a decisive battle with the Monster Plant Clan. Even if I die, I will bring back this information. I will expose your true colors. You don't have the ability to do all this, but you are the daughter of the Monster Life Clan's lord." Ji Yao was unable to restrain her anger and exploded. "Nonsense! Everything you've said is a lie. I have nothing to do with Feng Nieshing. Everyone has seen everything you've done over the past few days." Fang Ping said mockingly, "They are all your people. You can say whatever you want. The people from the Monster Plant Clan. How many of them are still alive? Those who know the truth are all dead." Beside him, Jiang Chao interrupted. "Fang Ping, this witch will never admit it. Why are you still trying to reason with her? Old ancestor, kill her. This woman is not a good person. She intends to start a war between us and the Monster Plant Clan. She is too cruel." Warlord looked at his fatty and suddenly chuckled. "Interesting. Does the Life King also want to interfere at this time?" As soon as he said that, the top powerhouse beside Ji Yao said coldly, "The Life King has already gone into closed-door cultivation. The Sky Fate Royal Court has no such intention." As he said that, the top powerhouse suddenly said, "Whether it is true or false, there is a way to determine." All the dynasty's disciples said that the divine weapons were lost. The Sky Plant's Royal Court too. According to the Sky Plant's clan, Fang Ping or Jiang Chao had storage equipment and took these away. "If it was really done by them, we will know once we investigate." As soon as he said that, a powerhouse said coldly, "Then we will investigate. So many divine weapons were lost. They can't possibly be discarded, right?" Divine weapons were good stuff. It was good for all parties. After losing so many divine weapons, they would not disappear just like that. Of course, it was possible to hide them in the king's battleground. However, the terrain of the king's battleground was constantly changing. Unless they did not want it anymore, they would not hide it there. Moreover, if there was storage equipment, these people would not simply leave it in the king's battleground. It was a treasure. It was fine if they did not investigate normally. However, if they did, everyone's hidden storage equipment would not be able to hide from the top powerhouse's investigation. As soon as he said that, Jiang Tao's gaze shifted slightly. This was a little troublesome. This kid Fang Ping. How could he not take something good when he saw it? As he thought about it, Fang Ping suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I will investigate for you. I am not afraid of being investigated. Some people might not dare to." As he said that, Fan Ping suddenly spat out a jade pendant from his mouth. With a vigilant look, he said, "After this, I will return my storage jade pendant to the minister. Don't look at me. I will not bring this out next time." Treasuring a jade pendant was a crime. Fan Ping knew that storage equipment was very precious. He had to inform them in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tao said lightly, "This time, I am only borrowing it from you. It is not a gift to you. I have asked you to treasure it carefully. I did not ask you to show it to others casually. You have some guts." Fan Ping's heart skipped a beat. "I am just looking for an excuse." "What do you mean, you old schemer?" Jiang Tao did not care about him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the jade pendant. After checking it, he threw the jade pendant into the air directly and said, "Everyone, just take a look." The top powerhouses did not stand on ceremony. One by one, they probed it with their mentality. In the jade pendant, there were some energy stones, a small amount of life essence, and a rank 7 divine weapon saber. Just these alone had filled the jade pendant to the brim. Everyone frowned slightly. The Monster Life Royal Court's top powerhouse said again, "I heard that Fan Ping's indestructible god materialized and can open the Sanjiao Gate." Fan Ping nodded. "I materialized it, but it has long been defeated by others. My mentality is severely injured. The divine weapon that enters the Sanjiao Gate cannot hide the divine weapon indefinitely. If it is not refined by myself, it will not work at all. I understand this. The powerhouses know it better than I do. I have already refined 2 divine weapons, a Chan Dao and the combat boots on my feet. It is impossible for me to refine another divine weapon." Everyone probed it. Fan Ping had indeed refined 2 divine weapons. If he wanted to refine more, he could at most refine 1. However, the number of divine weapons that he had lost was not limited to this. Very quickly, someone asked again, "Are there any other storage equipment?" Fan Ping shook his head. "No. This jade pendant was given to me by the minister. You can check it. This thing is nothing more than hiding in flesh. Moreover, the storage jade pendant cannot be refined. It is not a divine weapon either. It cannot even be hidden in the Sanjiao Gate." This was also a new situation that Fan Ping discovered. The storage jade pendant could not be hidden in the Sanjiao Gate at all. Therefore, he now suspected whether Old Zhao and the rest had hidden their storage rings in the Life Gate. Of course, the level might be different, and the results would be different. The jade pendant that he obtained might be of too low a level. As soon as he said that, these top powerhouses did not hold back and probed his body directly. Fan Ping was slightly worried. He had forged a golden body. He did not know if he would be discovered. The reason why he thought so was that before he came out, Fan Ping had made up his mind. He tore his golden body apart directly, and used a bit of imperishable substance to restore his flesh instead of returning to the golden body state. He did not know if he could hide it from these top powerhouses like this. However, forging a golden body was also very troublesome now. With a golden body, Fan Ping's ability was extremely powerful. This meant that he had the ability to annihilate those people. Right now, with this newly born flesh, he did not know if he could hide it from these top powerhouses. It was not unheard of situations where the golden body was destroyed and could not be restored. When Liemo and the rest in Startown City first had their golden bodies destroyed, it was difficult to restore them in the later stages. Wu Quishan and the rest had exhausted their imperishable substances and their flesh was destroyed. It was difficult to restore them too. The golden body and the imperishable substance were closely related. Many of the top powerhouses probed for a while. Someone revealed a strange expression and said lightly, "Imperishable bones. Although it's not pure yet, it's still extremely powerful. He has the strength of a quasi-commander level. No wonder he could escape. He only had the strength of a quasi-commander level. It was just an imperfect set of golden bones. He was not strong enough to be invincible. As for the flesh, these people probed for a while. There were some traces of imperishable substances. Someone looked at Zhang Tao and asked, "Is he one of those people?" Zhang Tao said lightly, "That's right." The person who asked did not ask anymore. They had seen human martial artists who had resurrected. It was not surprising. After another round of probing, they also felt that Fang Ping's mentality was severely damaged. As for the flesh, there were no other storage equipment hidden. At this time, Ji Yao said with a livid expression, "I don't have any storage equipment. I won't accept this kind of inspection." This was simply letting her be observed naked by the top powerhouses. From the inside out, even the flesh could be seen through. To her, this was simply a great humiliation. Beside her, Jiang Chao said, "I have no objections. I'm also a descendant of the top powerhouses. If I have no objections, do you still have any objections? Are you more powerful than me? Who do you think you are? Since you dare to do it, then you dare to let others check. You can check me all you want. I have no objections too. My elder ancestor did not give me this toy. You can look all you want. I can even show you naked. But if we check, we also have to check this woman. Maybe it's not on her. I think the people from the Monster Life Court have to be checked. Also, many people from the Rank 7 region have to be checked too. It's their conspiracy from the beginning, and they still want to deny it." Ji Yao's expression was frighteningly ugly. She gritted her teeth and said, "What's the use of checking these? True kings, divine weapons don't mean anything. If there's really a preparation, hide it in the king's battleground. You check first, and then we'll talk." Fang Ping said bluntly, "I've been checked. Why can't you? Do you think the top powerhouses will still care about this shell of yours? What a joke. Not only you, I think everyone has to be checked. Ji Yao, don't pretend to be innocent. How arrogant and savage you were when you were hunting us down! You still want to be the queen of the local catacombs. Why don't you take a look at yourself? With so many divine weapons, can you really lose them? It's hard to say whether we can come here next time. You guys, on the other hand, have been hiding here all this time. That's because you guys have been hiding for too long," Zhang Tao said coldly. "Since Fang Ping is willing to be checked, we human martial artists are not inferior. Hurry up, or we won't start a war with the Monster Plant Clan. Your Monster Life Clan wants to plot against us, then we'll destroy you first." Warlord grinned. "I hate people like you the most. If you want to take advantage of us, that depends on whether we agree or not. King Huai, I and King Wu killed them. You won't interfere now, right? After killing them, maybe your Monster Plant Clan can still take advantage of us. I'd rather let you, my mortal enemies, take advantage of us. After all, we've really done it. We've bled a lot. How can we let these dogs take advantage of us?" King Huai did not say a word, but he took a step back. "If you want to kill people, the Monster Plant Clan has no opinion. No opinion at all." The top powerhouse beside Ji Yao's expression changed. Damn, how did it become a war between his side and the land of rebirth out of nowhere? Destiny Royal Court had no such intention. Even if they cooperated with the Sky Plants Royal Court, their intention was for the Sky Plants Royal Court to be the vanguard. They would contribute appropriately, but not become the main force. If things really went this far, even if he was a true king, he would be in big trouble when he returned to the royal court. The key was that these two fellows were staring at him like tigers watching their prey. The others looked like they were watching a show. Thinking of this, the top powerhouse suddenly said, "Ji Yao, let them check. Grandpa Tiger King!" Ji Yao's face was full of grievance and indignation. "It wasn't me. I didn't. Now they actually want me to open up everything for everyone to check. This is too humiliating." Beside her, Fang Ping glared at her angrily, but in his heart he was despising her. It's just a shell, and she actually cares so much. Look at me, I'm being checked from head to toe. Do I care? Among the top powerhouses, there are also women, old monsters. Do I care? But this is good too. You better persist to the end and not let them check no matter what. Only a thief would have a guilty conscience. I don't have a guilty conscience at all. Chapter 594. Ji Yao was very unwilling. She was a victim. First, her arms were chopped off for no reason. Then, she was chased all over the place. In the end, when she came out, with the protection of a true king, she still had to be examined. Based on what? She was the granddaughter of the true king, the daughter of the lord of the royal court. Even in the Forbidden Land, apart from those true kings and the lords of the two royal courts, the 9th rank was not as noble as her. Not even the children of a true king. But now, she was being asked to inspect it in public. At this moment, Ji Yao exploded. Even though the Tiger King had spoken, Ji Yao was unable to restrain her anger. She refused and said, "Grandpa Tiger King, I refuse." Fang Ping did not say anything, but Jiang Chao, who was beside him, immediately scolded. "Why should I?" Ji Yao coldly snorted. "Just because I didn't do it. If I say it's not me, then it's the truth. I swear in the name of Imperial Ancestor and Imperial Father." As soon as he said that, everyone was slightly moved. He swore in the name of a true monarch and the lord of a great royal court. All right. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Jiang Chao cursed. "I swear on my ancestor's name that it was you who did it, and you still want to deny it." Beside him, Fang Ping's expression was also serious. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Tao glanced at him. "If you dare to swear in my name, I will definitely beat you up. Do you really think I'm shameless?" "All right." Fang Ping shut his mouth immediately. "I won't swear any more." Old Zhang seemed to know everything. This old schemer really knew him well. Ji Yao's rejection put the Tiger King in a difficult position. This wasn't his granddaughter, but the Life King's. The King of Destiny Royal Court. From this, it could be seen what kind of person Fate King was. Even he couldn't force it. After thinking for a moment, Tiger King looked at Ji Yao and said, "Let Demon King Green Bamboo and Sect Master Myriad Flower check it." "Ji Yao, don't be stubborn." Demon Monarch Green Bamboo was a peerless demon plant. Demon plants had no gender. The Myriad Flower Sect leader was a female apex cultivator. Logically speaking, Ji Yao should have agreed at this time, but she gritted her teeth and said, "I don't agree." There was no other reason. He could not agree to it. She had the origin energy that her grandfather had given her to protect her body, but she hadn't used it yet. Once it was investigated by Absolute Peak and he figured out the true monarch source Tao, then it would be a huge problem. This was also the main reason why Ju Pinnacle experts would not easily leak their origin energy. It was still fine for them, unless someone else killed them, otherwise, it would be very difficult for it to leak. However, it would be troublesome to pass it on to future generations. Just like now, if Ju Feng were to probe her, not only would Ji Yao be thoroughly probed, even Life King's source Tao would be exposed. As for the matter of Ji Yao possessing the Life King's source power, the Tiger King really didn't know about it. At this point, the Tiger King seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. Don't tell me it's because of this thing? If that's the case, then I can't let anyone check on me." Fang Ping was actually very surprised. He had not thought of this at first, but seeing that Ji Yao would not agree no matter what, Fang Ping suddenly remembered. This time, Fang Ping could not help but laugh hysterically in his heart. "Damn, I almost forgot, I really didn't think of this before." But Ji Yao wasn't even willing to be probed by a peerless woman, so how could he not understand? "Guilty conscience! Bastard! Why don't we check it? I'll remember you, everyone will remember you. You're just a rank 6 martial artist, and you still want to overturn everything now, wishful thinking. Monster Life Clan wants to unify the catacombs and Earth, dream on." Ji Yao was so angry that she really wanted to vomit blood. "It's not that I don't want to check, it's that I really can't check. Unless her grandfather came now and took back the origin energy, then she could do it. But her grandfather was in closed-door cultivation, and the Tiger King was here. The royal court would not send a second true king. Did they really think that a true king was so free? Ji Yao was determined not to agree, so this matter could not continue. They couldn't kill her, could they? Not to mention there were still many true king powerhouses in Monster Life Royal Court. There was one at the Seeing. Even if they killed the Tiger King, so what? Could they really start a war with Monster Life Royal Court just for the death of some descendants? This time, some people's expressions changed, and they did not say anything. Maybe, it might not be fake. Ji Yao firmly refused to be checked. In fact, some people also thought that there might be a Life King's origin energy. The key was that the Life King's origin energy should be checked even more. The Tao of the origin energy of a top-notch true king might be right in front of them. Maybe they could use this opportunity to walk on a second Tao. These people did not say anything, and no one knew what they were thinking. At this moment, Zhang Tao spoke. He said lightly, "Since you are unwilling, then we will not force you." However, everything that happened in the king battlefield was told by the people of the two royal courts, and the others did not know the specifics. Since that is the case, we have an agreement that they will settle the matter themselves. Whether Ji Yao killed them or not, it is within the rules. There is no need to keep investigating. Although these words helped Ji Yao get rid of the trouble of being checked, Ji Yao was really angry at this moment. What did he mean by not killing them? It was not me in the first place. Ji Yao was just about to look at Zhang Tao when Zhang Tao's expression suddenly turned cold, and he scolded. "How dare you! Even a Life King came in person, you have to give me an explanation." "I will not pursue the matter further, but I do not want to fall out with your bloodline just because of this. Do you really think that we humans are easy to bully?" Warlord also said playfully. "A mere rank 6 dares to be resentful. It is better for the Life King to teach you." Tiger King felt helpless. Ji Yao should not cause him any more trouble. At this time, there was no benefit in provoking the powerhouses of the Land of Rebirth. Two top-notch paragons. He was not even a match for one of them, let alone two of them. If they really wanted to cause trouble. Of course, the possibility was not high. The Land of Rebirth also did not dare to make an enemy of the Monster Life clan. However, if they pushed them too far, they would really provoke a great enemy for the royal court. What was the point? Tiger King glanced at Ji Yao. Ji Yao gritted her teeth, bowed toward Zhang Tao to show her apology, and did not speak anymore. She did not speak. Her lips were already bloody from biting. This was too much. Fang Ping. Jiang Chao. She remembered them all. At this time, Zhang Tao spoke again, chuckling. "I thought these little guys were really messing around and killing indiscriminately. Turns out there is another reason for everything. If that is the case, does everyone really want to overturn the previous agreement?" When he said that, no one spoke. Now, they were not sure if it was the resurrection martial artists who were killing everywhere. Their previous hatred for the enemy was now reduced by 30%. This was the matter of the two royal courts, the matter of the Land of Rebirth, and the dispute between the three parties. However, they had suffered heavy losses. Were they going to let it go just like that? Just as everyone was feeling uncertain, the passageway shook again. The next moment, Feng Mieshan came out. The moment Feng Mieshan came out, he shouted immediately. "Uncle Wang, Jiang Chao killed Mu Daoyu and the rest." At this point, Feng Mieshan suddenly felt immense pressure. Everyone was looking at him. Someone said lightly, "He's unharmed." Feng Qing was dead, but Feng Mieshan was unharmed. In other words, the people of the Monster Plant clan were all dead. A bunch of rank 7s were dead. Feng Mieshan, a rank 6, was unharmed. Not only that, Feng Mieshan came from the rank 7 region. Why did he go to the rank 7 region? To incorporate Feng Qing's forces? So impatient? As if to prove everything, the next moment, a few more rank 7 martial artists came out from the passageway. It was not a coincidence. They were the people Feng Mieshing went to look for. There was no other reason. He was afraid of death. The rank 7 region was very dangerous. Since he had entered the rank 7 region, of course, he had to find his own people to escort him out. As for incorporating them, he had not thought too much about it. When he was running, he saw Mu Daoyu dead. He did not see Feng Qing dead too. Feng Jiuqing glanced at his nephew. His expression did not change. He asked, "Feng Qing is dead?" "I don't know." Feng Mieshing really did not know. However, when he saw Fang Ping and the rest, he knew that his second brother was probably dead. "I don't know," Feng Jiuqing repeated. "I don't know. Aren't you the one in charge of everything in the rank 6 region? You actually don't know? Why did you only come out now? Jiang Chao and the rest were chasing after me." Before he could finish his sentence, a rank 9 powerhouse in the crowd waved his hand and took a bangle from him. He looked at it for a while, kept it in his pocket, and said nothing more. With this person's action, the other rank 9s also did not say a word. They each took some items from Feng Mieshing. At this time, King Huai said lightly, "Where are Muqing's belongings?" Jiang Chao snatched them away. King Huai said nothing more. Bulsh *T. Jiang Chao and Fang Ping had been thoroughly investigated by them. How could they have snatched them away? As for Feng Mieshing taking away other people's mentality interruption accessories, it was understandable. When someone died, he took them away and brought them back. It was also logical. However, when everyone died, you did not die. That did not make sense. The words of the resurrected martial artists might not be trustworthy, but they could not be doubted at all. If Heaven's Mandate Royal Court really had a plan to support a new Royal Court Lord after the fall of the Royal Court Lord, it was not impossible. In the past, both sides had actually planted people in each other. The two royal courts had been enemies for many years. How could they really ignore each other? Now, the Heavenly Plant's Royal Court Lord could not hold on for much longer. The origin was disintegrating faster and faster. Initially, he wanted to try to break through to True King Realm and save himself. But now, the hope was not high. If he could hold on for a while longer, he might die. When that time came, if Feng Mieshing could enter rank 9, then there was hope for him to become the Lord. Or in other words, now that the other heirs were dead, even if his ability was slightly weaker, with King Feng's support, it was not impossible for him to ascend to the position of the Royal Court Lord. Jiao did not want to be investigated, so Feng Mieshing lived alone. Everyone was surprised by this result. This also caused everyone to have a few more thoughts. This time, it was probably the most disastrous loss in history. Among those who survived, there were about 60 people from Heaven's Mandate Royal Court, and about 40 people who walked out. There were 100 people who survived. Before they entered, there were already close to 400 newbies and about 500 old people. They lost 80%. However, the dynasty and the sect disciples could not explain how these people had died at the moment. Heaven's Mandate Royal Court, however, unanimously believed that it was Fang Ping who killed them. Feng Mieshing kept saying that it was Jiang Chao who killed them, but Jiang Chao. The paragons did not want to say anything. If it was really Jiang Chao who killed them, then they could only say that they were really useless. If they died, then so be it. Feng Mieshing was still very confused and terrified. Why was everyone looking at him like that? Why was even Uncle Wang's gaze so much colder? Yes, I made a big mistake this time, causing so many people to die. But at this time, shouldn't we all be looking at Fang Ping? The land of rebirth was the royal court's archenemy. Even if they could not kill them this time, they had to create pressure for them, unite the other dynasties and sects to pressure them, or even take this opportunity to join forces. Feng Mieshing felt that this was in line with the royal court's interests. But why were these people looking at him like that? At this moment, King Huai chuckled. "Mieshing, are there any other survivors inside?" "No, they're all dead." Feng Mieshing looked sad and indignant. Just as he was about to glare at Fang Ping, King Huai sighed. They're all dead? They're all dead, Lord King Huai, I know. King Huai stopped talking. They're all dead, all dead. There were so many people. Thinking back to before, when he confidently made a bet with King Wu at Mount Royal Sea, King Huai suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. Did he think that he was defeated by his own people? Did Feng Yexing understand how rare an opportunity like this was? Fighting for power, scheming, why could it not be done at another time? So what if he was the lord of the royal court? Once he took the second path, even 100 lords of the royal court would not be enough. Damn it! Even if King Huai had reached this realm, he could not suppress the anger rising in his heart at this moment. The outer realm was nothing. It was okay to lose one. Nothing else mattered. To a powerhouse of his realm, what was the most important? The advancement of his realm. Now, everything was ruined. King Huai said nothing. He did not look at Feng Yexing anymore, but swept a glance at Feng Jiuqing. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Farce. A ridiculous farce had ruined his grand plan. Feng Jiuqing's expression changed again and again. Not far away, Zhang Tao said calmly, "It's time for this show to end. If the land of the royal court doesn't welcome human martial artists, then cancel the quota next time." What a joke! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao waved his hand. Fan Ping and the others moved, rising into the air one after another. Below, Jiao looked up at Fan Ping, gritting her teeth, her face full of humiliation and anger. She raised her head and shouted, "Fan Ping! I'll remember you." Fan Ping lowered his head and sighed. Improving one's strength is the foundation. Martial artists only know how to plot and scheme. They are destined to never achieve great things. You have no hope of reaching the peak because you think too much and are not pure enough. Today, some of your tricks have been seen through. It's impossible to think of a next time. Humans don't want to be enemies with monster life, but that doesn't mean they're afraid of you. Jiao, you're on your own. I actually don't want to meet you on the battlefield in the future. As he said that, Fan Ping shouted again. But we humans don't fear battle. If we really meet, what harm is there in a battle? King Huai laughed. Well said. We humans don't fear battle. We live by battle. That's why we're martial artists. Little kid, you want to scheme against us? Ha! After laughing, the two peerless figures moved, disappearing with their people in an instant. In the air, some powerhouses glanced at Ji Yao, then at Feng Jiuqing and his nephew. Someone sneered and left the place. Someone said calmly, "We don't want to participate in your war, but if you think we're easy to bully, then we'll see. From now on, the two royal courts are not allowed to cross borders. The two royal courts have a maximum quota of 50 people. If you're not willing, the king battleground will be sealed forever." A few powerhouses spoke one after another, setting the tone directly. This time, everyone suffered heavy losses. It had something to do with the two families' numbers. Their people were everywhere. Not only that, rank 7s were also crossing borders to fight. If they were all rank SIXS and had similar numbers, everyone would not have suffered such losses. Invincible rank SIXS, but they were only rank SIXS. There were more than a dozen dynasties and sects that were not affiliated with the two families. This represented more than a dozen peerless figures. So many powerhouses had reached a consensus. If they did not agree, then the king battleground would not be opened. Feng Jiuqing's expression was livid. This time, they were in big trouble. He took another look at Feng Yexing. Suddenly, a flame that could burn everything rose in Feng Jiuqing's heart. Did Yexing ally with Ji Yao? Feng Qing was dead. The only heir to the throne of the Feng family in this generation was dead. Feng Yexing's elder brother was not talented enough. Even if he forced it, he was only at the same rank as Feng Yexing, a quasi-commander. The hope of this generation of the Feng family rested on Feng Qing and Feng Yexing. As for the previous generation, although he was very talented, he had already walked his own path. The position of the lord of the royal court was not suitable for people like them to fight for. Now, Feng Qing was dead. The next person the Feng family wanted to support was Feng Yexing. However, if the marriage between Yexing and Ji Yao was successful, when he thought of this, Feng Jiuqing suddenly felt less angry. Maybe it could turn into a good thing. Marriage with the strongest family in Destiny Royal Court, or directly with Destiny Royal Court, might be a good thing for the Feng family. The Royal Court had been seeking cooperation with the other party. Destiny Royal Court was wavering. This might be an opportunity. The next moment, Feng Jiuqing regained his composure. He looked at Feng Yexing and said, "The matter of the king battleground ends here. You and Ji Yao, young people, you can interact more in the future." Beside him, Ji Yao's face was purple. What did he mean? She did not even have time to get angry. Tiger King waved his hand and took her away with a flight step. They had to go. Ji Yao might have the Life King's origin energy in her body. If they did not leave now, when those fellows informed the powerhouses who were similar to the Life King, there might be trouble. At the same time, Fan Ping's group was about to reach Mount Royal Sea. Warlord did not enter Mount Royal Sea. It was easier for him to take a detour to the area he was defending. If he entered Mount Royal Sea, he would have to go inside, which would be more troublesome. Before they parted, Warlord glanced at his little fatty and did not care much. He looked at Fan Ping and said lightly after a while, "Kid, my name is still useful, right? When you kill people, people call you the descendant of Warlord. Does it feel good?" Fan Ping shook his head and said seriously, "It doesn't feel good. I think it will feel good if my name can scare the top one day." Warlord laughed, then his expression turned cold. "You're on your own. This is not the first time you've caused trouble for me." Fan Ping was stunned. He was not surprised that Warlord had noticed something. Jiang Chao was a member of his family. He knew some things. However, this was not the first time he had caused trouble. Jiang Tao smiled faintly. "Why don't you thank Senior Warlord? You caused a big commotion in gigantic Willow City that day. At that time, there was no such thing as the top ones not entering the outer realm. It was Senior Warlord who helped you fend off the people from the restricted area." Fan Ping bowed immediately. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. You don't have to thank me. However, you're only rank 6 and you're already causing so much trouble. If you like to cause trouble so much, when you reach rank 7, go and guard Mount Royal Sea Valley. There, you can cause as much trouble as you want." After saying that, Warlord's figure disappeared. The corner of Fan Ping's mouth twitched. "Guard that valley? I won't do it. There's not even a shadow there. It's so boring to face the passageway all day long. Don't you know that I like crowds?" Jiang Tao ignored him. As he led everyone into the Grand Canyon, he laughed. "Is it fun? Huh! Is it fun to kill indiscriminately?" Jiang Tao snorted. "Did you kill the dynasty and the sect disciples? Did you have to force them to join forces with the Monster Plant clan to fight us humans? Think before you act." As he said that, Jiang Tao could not continue. Actually, it was not that he could not kill them. So what if he killed them? The key was that he did not expect this kid to be so good at killing. He almost killed all of them. This was the reason why the 2 human paragons went to keep watch. He also did not expect Fan Ping to almost kill all of them. Actually, no one expected it because this had never happened before. Jiang Tao did not talk about this. He did not talk about it. Fan Ping said dryly, "Minister, return the jade pendant to me." Jiang Tao took the jade pendant and did not return it to him. It was time to return it to him. Jiang Tao said calmly, "It's mine. Minister, it's mine." Fan Ping looked sad. "How did it become yours?" "It's mine. Ask everyone, whose is this?" Fan Ping was stunned. That made sense. He had no words to say. He did not even have time to tell Old Wang and the others about this. Now no one knew. If he asked others, of course, they would say it was Zhang Tao's. Who would he ask? Zhang Tao said again. Seeing that you've solved most of the problems yourself, I will return the things inside to you. The jade pendant will be returned to its owner. Minister! Fang Ping wanted to cry but had no tears. Stop fooling around. What returned to its owner? Her master is still in my storage space. How can it be your turn? The others could not hear their conversation. It was too easy for a powerhouse like Zhang Tao to block the conversation. As he said that, Zhang Tao suddenly asked, Where did you hide the storage ring? Huh? Where's the storage ring? Just this. This can be used to bring back the monster carcass? A rank 7 monster carcass in the Magic City catacombs. How did you bring it back? Zhang Tao smiled faintly. Fang Ping was speechless. After a while, he said vaguely, I hid it in the Sanjiao Gate. The storage ring entered the Sanjiao Gate. Zhang Tao glanced at him and said thoughtfully, A high-grade storage ring? Not bad. I won't ask about this. What about the other things? What? Playing dumb? I really don't understand. If I throw you over to Ji Yao now, guess what will happen? Fang Ping said in grief and indignation. You want to rob me? No, it's a trip to the peak, both of you. You have to know that the peak cannot be moved easily. If I enter the restricted area, there's a risk of dying. You can calculate it yourself. How much will it cost, mental damage, and loss of working time? Kid, if I ask you to protect a rank 1 martial artist now, forget about the restricted area, and go to the outer realm for a few days, will you agree? Yes. Zhang Tao was speechless. After a while, he said, All right then, next time there's a group of newbies going to the outer realm, you'll lead the team. You won't take a single cent. You must ensure their safety, because I've guaranteed your safety this time. Fang Ping sighed, saying helplessly, Forget it, I'll pay. I really didn't snatch many divine weapons, only 3 in total. Hee hee. 5. Seeing that Zhang Tao did not believe him, Fang Ping broke down. All right. I admit that I snatched 30 in total, but it's split among everyone, not just me. I got more, 15 in total. You can't snatch all of them, can you? 10. Zhang Tao opened his mouth wide. Return me the jade pendant. Then 12 it is. It's useless for you to have so many. You're practically robbing me, taking 12 divine weapons from me in one trip. No, robbing won't be that quick. Fang Ping admitted defeat. He gritted his teeth and said, All right, I agree. At least I kept 3, so it's not a wasted trip. Zhang Tao nodded in satisfaction. At this time, he heard Iron Head whispering to Old Wang with a smile. Old Wang, this time we each got more than 10 divine weapons. How are we going to use them when we get back? Old Zhao, you got the most. Why don't we open an auction and sell them? Fang Ping seems to have 50 or 60. Why does he need so many? Zhang Tao said nothing. He glanced at Fang Ping, who did not hear anything and was still pretending to be pained. Suddenly he laughed and patted Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping shuddered. What was old Zhang doing? Chapter 595. After passing through the canyon, Fang Ping and the others did not see the Taoist from last time. They did not know where he had gone. Old Zhang, on the other hand, was still stroking Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping was close to breaking down. What do you mean? I'm not your son, why do you keep patting my head? Old Zhang continued to touch, until they were out of the canyon. Fang Ping twisted his head. That's enough. I'm not a puppy. That's enough. Zhang Tao did not continue. He did not use flight step either. As he walked, he asked, Fang Ping, can you achieve a breakthrough after leaving the catacombs this time? More or less. If that's the case, he's about to reach rank 7. Youngsters nowadays are stronger than we were back then. Zhang Tao sighed with emotion. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Did old people like to reminisce about the past? Not many of our generation are still alive. Zhang Tao's eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. He said softly, I still remember that there were a total of 36 martial artists who went into the catacombs with me. Time flies. Now I am the only one left alive. Zhang Tao's tone was slightly downcast. This time, he was not talking to Fang Ping. He turned around and looked at Imperial Sea Mountain, murmuring, Back then, there were actually people who were more talented than me. Some people broke through the realm before me, some people entered rank 7 or even rank 8 before me. However, we humans are weak and can't defeat the catacombs. To be able to gain a foothold in the catacombs, there are bound to be people who are bleeding. I still remember a companion of the same age, 48 years old, achieved rank 8. However, that year, when the catacombs invaded, he single-handedly held off a rank 9 with his bare hands. In the end, his golden body collapsed and he was completely obliterated. Back then, if he had a divine weapon in his hands, he wouldn't have to fear a 9th-grade weapon. Our human prodigy, a rank 8 fighting a rank 9 on his own, his combat strength is evident. What a pity if he hadn't died back then. Perhaps our Sino nation would have had another paragon. Not only him, but many others felt the same way. Prodigy martial artists less than 100 years old, with rank 8 and rank 9 abilities, old and heavily injured, traveling thousands of miles alone, fighting with their bare fists until the last moment of their lives. Humans! The humans of this era, the warriors of this era, since ancient times, who can compare with them? It hurts. We have a body full of strength, but it's useless, and there's nothing we can use. You can't even provide a mere grade 7 or grade 8 divine weapon for those cultivators to fight barehanded. In the crowd, Su Zissou was on the verge of tears. How tragic! Tai Tu's expression changed again. Humans were indeed miserable. Many grandmasters who went on expeditions to the catacombs did not even have a weapon because alloy weapons were useless to them. Thinking of how he had obtained so many divine weapons this time, before Tai Tu could speak, Yao Qingjun said in a deep voice, Minister, achoo! Fang Ping sneezed loudly. Then, with a sorrowful expression, he said, Humans are so miserable. Old Zhang, what are you doing? You're a peerless powerhouse, but you're about to cry in front of us. Have some shame. How many times have you said the words? Barehanded. I've already said 12 rounds, and I've given you all of my assets, yet you're still talking about this? How are you going to live? Zhang Tao quickly regained his composure. He chuckled and said, I forgot myself a little. I'm getting old. Seeing you young people grow up, I think a lot. Beside him, Yao Qingjun said again, Minister, I've entered the battlefield this time and obtained many divine weapons. Zhang Tao waved his hand and said, What you obtain from the catacombs is your own harvest. Make good use of it. Don't waste it. Yao Qingjun nodded and said, FMS doesn't need so many. Humans are in a critical situation now. Qingjuan's strength is meager. I can only do what I can to provide seniors with 10 rank 7 divine weapons. Fan Ping looked up at the sky. Life was not going to live. Yao Qingjun, the two of us are irreconcilable. You've handed in 10 rounds, obviously saying that you've obtained more than that. You've already obtained so much. How much do I have? I've just tricked old Zhang and you're already undermining me? I'll hammer you to death, do you believe me? Also, you should ask for some benefits. Divine weapons are actually useless. The key is that you're donating them for free. On the other hand, old Zhang's expression turned serious. He cupped his hands and said, I thank you on behalf of everyone. It's because of people like you that humans are where they are now. They have successors. It's Sino Nation's honor and martial arts university's honor that FMS has produced students like you. Of course, this is your personal harvest after all. In that case, I can't give you anything else. Yao Qingjun, you used to be the military department's commander-in-chief. This time, you've made a great contribution. Your military rank will be promoted to general. In addition, FMS's basic resources allocation will increase by 30% this year. Also, I see that your mentality is strong but your physique is not strong enough. I'll give you a golden fruit to help you forge a semi-golden body, Minister. Yao Qingjun looked touched. He was touched that a top powerhouse would treat him like this. Beside him, Tai Tu and Old Wang were eager to make a move. Fan Ping continued to look at the sky. You guys continue. I'll just listen. Old Yao is definitely acting. Don't think I don't know. Old Zhang did not give Tai Tu and Old Wang a chance to speak. He waved his hand, looking like he was telling them to stop talking. Who did not know how to put on an act? He had lived for almost 100 years. Loosening the reins to grasp was still a piece of cake. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Zhang did not stay on the ground anymore. Just like before he came, he flew through the air at an extremely fast speed, rushing outside. At this time, Fang Ping and the others gathered together. Fang Ping looked at Old Zhao, then at Tai Tu and Old Wang. He grinned and said, Guys, do you think you have too much money? Cough, cough. Wang Jinan coughed softly and said, It's not easy being a grandmaster in Sino Nation, I know. Fang Ping was speechless. It's not easy for me either. Why don't you guys sponsor me a little too? That's enough. Take out 2 or 3 and that's enough. Don't you guys want to live? There are so many people in NMAU who are crying piteously for food. Over at FMS, they're so hungry that their faces are green. It's the same for MCMAU. We're so hungry that we can barely walk. You want divine weapons? Sure, buy them. Exchange for pills, energy stones, energy fruits. If you don't have divine weapons, you should at least have some of these, right? When martial arts universities become stronger, it's still Sino Nation becoming stronger. It's not like it's a waste. If you guys just give it away like this, what about martial arts universities? It's not easy to be a minister, and we understand that. It's too hard on the minister. He's been worrying for the greater good of humanity, and this time, he's worried for us. It's too hard. However, martial arts universities were also the minister's favorite. When martial arts universities became stronger, the minister would also be happy. Was that not logical? So, we'd better take care of ourselves at this time. Martial arts universities are more important. When we reach the pinnacle, we'll just kill a few pinnacles, and that'll be enough for everyone to eat. Only then will we have the ability to repay all of humanity. Zhang Tao, who was flying ahead, twitched his mouth. Forget it, this brat said so much, it was obvious that he was unwilling to give it away. Forget it, it doesn't matter if he doesn't send me off. With this brat's ability to cause trouble, he'll have to beg me sooner or later. Next time, I'll call 7 or 8 paragons to support me. I'll even include the transportation fees. You better prepare the money first. Speaking of which, a paragon like him was not as rich as a rank 6. There was no justice in this world. Zhang Tao pondered whether he should explore the place or not. Take a stroll in the domain land, take a stroll in the Forbidden Sea? Zhang Tao sighed. He couldn't leave. It would be troublesome if he got trapped. Even if he did not die, he would still be in big trouble if he could not get out. If he delayed for 3 to 5 years, when he got out, the war would have already broken out. He would be a sinner to humanity. Old Zhang was the driver, flying everyone. Everyone had time to chat. At this time, Fang Ping also had time to look at the others. After scanning around, Fang Ping asked, Where are the people from the other holy lands? They came out earlier than us. They've already brought their people and left. Du Hong said. When the king battleground was in chaos, some people came out. There were also some who died. Died? How many died? Not many, 4 or 5. I didn't look closely, Du Hong said. I was worried that there would be problems if they stayed here, so I left 1 step earlier. But the minister and senior warlord were there, so no one stopped them. Those people were not involved, so they did not know anything. The dynasty sect disciples who came out did not know them either. If these fellows wanted to leave, the two human paragons were there, so the parties let them go. When Fang Ping heard this, he curled his lips and said, "How cowardly!" Du Hong was speechless. "If you were not a Sino, we would have left too." There were many paragons in that scene. Were they really not afraid of death? The people from the restricted area did not leave because it was the restricted area's territory. As for the other 5 parties, there were a total of 16 people who entered the rank 6 territory this time. 4 or 5 of them died. The casualty rate was not high, but it was not low either. Fang Ping could not be bothered with them. He glanced at the Sino nation side. It seemed that a few people were missing. Previously, before he came out, some people came out earlier than him, so he did not look closely. At this time, after scanning around, Fang Ping asked, "What about us?" Du Hong said helplessly, "Our luck was not too good. When we came out, we encountered a group of monsters. Qin Ping died in battle. This time, there were a total of 4 people on the military department's side, including Du Hong and Li Yiming. Qin Ping was a descendant of the Qin family. His family's ancestor was also a guardian. He actually died in battle." Fang Ping was slightly surprised. As for sadness, it was not that sad. He was not too familiar with him. Then where did Li Fei and Jing Nanqi go? Both of them were not here either. Only Jiang Chao and Su Zhisu were here in Stellar Sky City. Someone from the rank 7 territory came out. There are the Li family and the Jing family. They took them with them and left. Fang Ping nodded and said nothing. At that time, it was normal for these people to leave because they were afraid of being implicated. Since both sides had not fallen out, it would not affect anything if these outsiders left. However, Fang Ping glanced at Su Zhisu and said with a smile, "Little Su, why didn't you leave?" Su Zhisu's eyes widened. "I'm older than you. How did you become Little Su?" Although she was depressed, Su Zhisu still grinned and said, "Jiang Chao said it'll be fine. Ancestor Jiang is here too, so I'm not afraid anymore." Fang Ping glanced at her, then at Fatty. Suddenly, he smiled ambiguously. "Little Su, you trust Fatty quite a lot, huh?" Jiang Chao said it was fine, so she did not leave. What was up with this woman? Could it be that she had fallen for Fatty? Jiang Chao pursed his lips and did not explain. "You can think whatever you want. If I, Jiang Chao, said it was fine, what else could it be? My ancestor is here. Even if I can't win, I can still run away with a few of them." As for Li Fei and Jing Nanqi, they did not leave on their own. Both of their families were from the rank 7 domain. Those people did not trust Jiang Chao. Moreover, Jiang Chao had never met them before. It was normal for him to bring his own people away. Fang Ping saw that old Wang seemed like he wanted to say something, so he pressed his hand to stop him from speaking. Old Zhang was still there. The old man loved to eavesdrop. Walls have ears. On old Wang and Tai Tu's side, both of them did not enter rank 7. They did not even enter upper stage rank 6, but it was not like they did not gain anything. These two fellows had actually externalized their mentality. Externalization was not instantiation. It could reach the stage of externalization. When they closed their mentality gates later, both of them could enter mentality-vitality unity directly. When their mentality gates were closed, their mentality would increase once. The life gate was closed in the first place. There were no benefits before, but this time, their mentality might increase once again. If that was the case, they might not be far from instantiation. Both of them did not seem to have gained as much as Yao Qingjun, but that bastard Tai Tu had kept an ancient weapon that was comparable to a rank 9 material with him. At the thought of this, Fang Ping glanced at Tai Tu. He was not giving it to him. If he gave it to this bastard, he might hand it over later. He would confiscate it. No, he would keep it for him. As for old Wang, it seemed like he had gained something else. Fang Ping did not have time to listen to what he wanted to say. Zhang Tao's speed was indeed very fast. Not long after, everyone arrived at a human city. This time, Fan Ping had time to observe. When he saw that there were people in the city wearing the Department of Education's combat uniform, Fan Ping swept his gaze around and said, "Minister, is the Wuhan military here?" "Yes." "Are they all from the previous martial arts universities?" "Most of them are." "There are no traitors in the Wuhan military, right?" Zhang Tao did not speak, but Fan Ping suddenly felt like he was suffocating. Old John was beating him up. Fan Ping's face was flushed. After a while, he panted heavily, looking gloomy. "Just you wait. Those who bullied me in the past have been beaten up by me. You will be the same sooner or later." Since old John had confirmed that there were no traitors, Fan Ping kicked Fatty. Fatty was a little confused. This time, he did not quite understand. Fan Ping swept his gaze across the city below, raising his eyebrows. Fatty calculated for a while and seemed to understand. Then he roared, "MCMU Fan Ping, killed 18 catacombs rank 7s, spread the might of Sino Nation, spread the might of martial arts universities, invincible in martial arts universities." As soon as this roar was heard, the city below was shaken. In the next moment, a rank 9 powerhouse leaped into the air. He glanced at Zhang Tao, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Zhang Tao pretended not to see it. He waved his hand and said, "Go back. We'll go out first." The rank 9 powerhouse did not ask much. He swept his gaze across the crowd. He seemed to know Fan Ping. When he saw Fan Ping, he smiled and nodded. Fan Ping returned the smile. Then, he patted Fatty's head and scolded in a low voice. "Don't talk nonsense! Your brother and old Zhao killed a few too." Jiang Chao chuckled. "Then you've also killed more than 10. This time, you've finally vented your anger." As he said that, he added, "Fan Ping, when you go out this time, you can be the top rank 7, right? Don't talk nonsense. Killing catacombs martial artists is everyone's responsibility. What's the point of being on the list? Do martial artists of my generation need empty titles? That's true. But you're still awesome. A rank 6 actually killed a few upper stage rank 7. I was just lucky. That's still strength. With your strength, you're good enough to be a governor. Get lost. Why would I be a governor?" Fatty reacted for a while and nodded. "That's true. You're from MCMU. It's more suitable for you to be the vice-chancellor. Don't talk nonsense. How old am I? Heroes don't matter where they come from or how old they are. I think you're the only one who can lead MCMU to a better place and become stronger. Fatty, if you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to beat you up." Don't. I'm just happy for you." The two of them spoke one after another, and they seemed to be in high spirits. Of course, their voices were not loud. However, who here did not have a bit of strength? At this moment, Zhang Tao had already landed with everyone. As they walked toward the passageway, he said lightly, "That's enough." Fan Ping looked like he did not know what he meant. Jiang Chao grinned. "I'm just saying it in private." But seriously, Fan Ping didn't just kill 10 rank 7s this time. That's hundreds of rank 7s. No, maybe even rank 8s and 9s. These geniuses in the catacombs below the high ranks were almost wiped out by him. As he said that, Fatty added again, "In our Sino nation, speaking of which, rank 7 and 8 martial artists' contributions are probably not as big as Fan Ping's." Fan Ping was slightly annoyed. He scolded, "You're still talking." Zhang Tao's expression darkened. "Mother ***, I can't help but want to chop someone up." He did not want to say anything else. He dragged everyone into the passageway directly. Once they entered the passageway, Fan Ping and the rest did not feel anything last time and went out directly. This time, Fan Ping was a little surprised. He was also a little scared. The passageway was shaking. It would not collapse, would it? Zhang Tao, on the other hand, was not so worried. He said as he walked, "When a paragon enters the passageway, it's slightly unstable. This is caused by energy resonance. However, as the time it takes for the passageway to form grows longer, the passageway will become more and more stable. There won't be any more problems in the later stages. Fan Ping understood. He thought of something and asked immediately, Minister, then what you mean is, in fact, in the past, the Paragon could not enter through the passageway? Yes. Not even through the catacombs? That's right. Then now that the passageways have been appearing for a long time, doesn't that mean? Zhang Tao confirmed his thoughts and said, Back then, the Paragon of the catacombs could only enter the human world through the Imperial Sea Mountain passageway, which is also the passageway of Star City. That's why in the past, Star City guarded that passageway. The catacombs Paragon could forget about entering Earth. However, now that the number of catacombs passageways has increased, it has gradually formed a stable network. The catacombs passageways do not exist alone. Fan Ping, perhaps you don't understand. Let me explain it more clearly. The 108 passageways are actually a big net that connects the two worlds. This net was not stable in the past. It was like a spider web. Because there was not much spider silk between them, if something heavier pressed on it, the spider web would shatter. However, when there was more spider silk, the spider web became sturdy. Then, if you put some heavy objects on it, although one spider silk could not bear it, the other spider silk would share the burden. When that time comes, forget about one paragon, even 8 or 10 of them could all pass through the passageway together. Fan Ping's pupils contracted sharply. What did he mean? Actually, he understood. In other words, because there were not many passageways in the past and the passageways were not stable, the catacombs Paragon could not enter the human world through the passageway. If they wanted to go, they could only go through the passageway that connected Imperial Sea Mountain and Star City. That was why humans used to defend the Paragon from entering Earth. They only needed to defend that side. Of course, Sino Nation might have such a passageway, and other holy lands might have it too. Now, as the number of catacombs opened increased, in the future, if these catacombs Paragon really wanted to enter the human world, they could use all 108 passageways. This way, it would be almost impossible to defend. No wonder for the past 2 years, the human higher-ups kept saying that they might give up some areas. Maybe the pressure from the outer realm was not the root. The root was still the pressure from the restricted area, the Paragon's pressure. Minister, how many passageways have been opened now? 102. Zhang Tao had already led everyone out of the passageway. He turned around and said, Right now, there are still 6 passageways that have not been opened. Sino Nation still has 1. Actually, we can already sense the changes. Maybe it will be opened in 1 or 2 years. It's about the same for other places. In the next 2 or 3 years, these passageways will probably be opened. Once they are opened, although we have people guarding Imperial Sea Mountain, when that time comes, there will be passageways leading to Earth everywhere. The Paragon will no longer have to consider which way to go. That will be the real trouble. We have been fighting with the Monster Plant Clan for many years. Actually, we are stalling for time, and so are they. We are stalling for time until all the passageways in the outer realm are opened. Originally, there were only a few openings. We could still defend them. But now, the barrier between the two worlds is full of openings. There are hundreds of them. How are we going to block them? Zhang Tao sighed softly. His tone was complicated as he said, I wanted to buy more time for all of you. Maybe you can grow further and become stronger. But now, time waits for no one. In 2 or 3 years, when all the passageways are opened, we might give up some areas and mainly defend some areas. The outer realm is just the vanguard. The real enemy is still the restricted areas. In the past, the Catacombs Paragon did not enter the outer realm because of this. Because even if they went to the outer realm, they could not come in. When there are too many people, the passageways will collapse. When there are too few people, if they really come, they might be surrounded and killed by us. Your generation is lucky, but also unlucky. Fortunately, your generation actually grew up in a better environment. More catacombs passageways are opened, and you are actually allocated more resources. In the past, martial arts universities would not recruit so many people. Not only that, but the rich celestial energy makes cultivation much easier. But unfortunately, the time given to you is too short. In 2 or 3 years, all the passageways will be opened. This may not be the time for the final battle, but in 5 or 6 years, 7 or 8 years, the passageways will be completely stable. The Monster Plant Clan and the Monster Life Clan have actually been communicating and linking up. When both sides have linked up, the passageways will be completely stable. The final battle should also be coming. At this point, Zhang Tao sighed again and said, "Today, we human martial artists still lack some high-end power. Therefore, the most important thing now is to fully equip those high-ranked martial artists, so that they have stronger strength, so that they can go to more places, fight stronger opponents, and gain more things." Fan Ping sighed too. He sighed so much that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were about to burst out. Old Zhang really had enough. He was acting pitiful again. "Minister, I am willing to sponsor 12 divine weapons for Sino Nation Grandmasters. In addition, I will auction 18 of them. Do you think this is enough?" Zhang Tao gave him a look. "Kid, 12 of them is the reward you promised me. Now you are sponsoring them voluntarily? Alright, whatever this kid says, as long as the things are given." As for the auction, thinking of this, Zhang Tao nodded and said, "Sure, but it's not easy for everyone. Set a limit, it can't exceed 10 billion. Actually, you can take this opportunity to auction off all the things you don't need. The same goes for the others. When the time comes, I will go and support you." This kid really had a lot of good stuff. It would be good if he took them all out. Auctioning. Zhang Tao was even considering if he should ask the government to print more money. After all, the money was in the kid's hands, so the economy would not collapse. Unexpectedly, Fang Ping also said immediately, "No cash. Who would use this stuff at a powerhouse's auction? Don't you think so, Minister?" How could he not know what Zhang Tao was thinking? Money will become waste paper when the time comes. Why would I want that stuff? It might depreciate, and I won't be able to spend a single cent. Zhang Tao could not help but laugh. Before he left, he said one last time, "I still have something to do. When there's time, we'll..." Fang Ping said immediately, "Minister, this time when I break through, I want to hold a Grand Master banquet. Do you want to support me? I think it's fine if the auction is held on that day. Everyone can celebrate together. This is a big day. I'll definitely be in a good mood that day. I'll give everyone a discount, don't you think?" Speaking of this, Fang Ping was a little excited. "I want to hold a Grand Master banquet. I still have to invite a paragon to participate. This face. Which Grand Master in the world has more face than me? Just thinking about it makes me happy. When other people hold a Grand Master banquet, forget about a paragon. It's already good enough if even one rank 9 attends. I have to think about it. How many powerhouses do I want to invite? Forget about MC Meiyu. Rank 9s like Nan Yunhue, Wu Chuan, Zhang Weiyu, Li Daong. These people, I'll invite all of them. As for Polaris, I'll think about whether I should invite a few of them. After that, I'll invite people from various departments, various governors, and those Grand Masters from the last Tianan battle. I wonder if Commander Li has time." Fang Ping mumbled softly. If he had time, would he come if he invited them? Zhang Tao's movements were slightly sluggish. This kid. He was overjoyed to this extent. There was nothing else he could say. However, it was not a flaw for young people to want face, to want extravagance, and to like to show off. It was just that it made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Just as Zhang Tao was about to speak, Fang Ping said again, "If I'm holding a Grand Master banquet, I won't be stingy. Whatever juniors everyone has, just bring them. Energy stones, energy fruits, pills, monster meat. Eat and use them to your heart's content. It's a universal celebration. Minister, do you think I care about this little thing? Organize some juniors to spar and learn from each other on the spot. Just give some divine weapons or something. Jiang Tao's body was sluggish again. Mother Kerr, you're not calling this a Grandmaster banquet. Change it to a peerless banquet. Even when I broke through to peerless, I wasn't as arrogant as you. Also, the juniors you mentioned, who are you talking about? How old is this kid this year? Jiang Tao could not remember, or rather, he did not want to remember. However, he did not expect Fang Ping to say, "Oh right, I have to pick a good time. It's best to hold it on my 20th birthday. It'll be a celebration too." Yes, Fang Ping was 20 years old. When he was 18, Fang Ping entered MC Mayu. Now, he was not even in his junior year. It was still a holiday. A full 20 years old. August was his birthday. Fang Ping felt that since he had broken through in August, it was time to have some fun. Jiang Tao turned his head to look at Fang Ping. With a faint smile, he said, "You're lucky you're a martial arts university student. Otherwise, I'd slap you to death right now. This little bastard, who are you showing off to? 20 years old?" As he muttered in his heart, old Zhang ran away. He ran so fast that even Absolute Peak could not take it anymore. P.S. A warm celebration for the two managers, Little E and Little Fox's birthday today. Congratulations to the two children for growing up and being able to fall in love. A boy and a girl, you know. Happy birthday! You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.